Well, hello everyone. My name is Kiray Vacuo and I'm your host at Void with a Voice. Yes, entertain you. I may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Let me figure out something. I'm still a little bit woozy. Yeah, because here's the thing. I had a car ride today, so like the vertigo is still stuck onto me for a very long time, and I'm still very dizzy. I should take my medications, but I don't know. I don't. My eyes start to hurt. Like the medication definitely did work, but man, the side effect is bad. Even doctors are curious. Like, why do I have a side effect? That thing shouldn't have one. Gosh, my mountain of sneezo. I really need to clean up my table. It's basically like a land of germaphobe. The land that would kill a germaphobe. Oh, totally forgot. Calibrate. Ooh, calibrate. Ooh, calibrate. Ooh, calibrate. Ooh, calibrate. Calibrated, 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 ay. Everybody start to sing because I am very good. Sorry there. Yeah, let's go back to the more serious side of Kiray, where I have a very good voice. Who knows? Well, generally I don't like to use this voice, to be honest. It's just that. It's not like I don't like to do it, it's more like I have a resistance of using this voice. Because here's the thing, if my family have been hearing my Chinese voice for so long, the moment I use my English voice, they just don't used to it. They just assume that I'm just pretend to have a deep voice, those kind of stuff. So yeah, kind of like it's a very bad situation and things like that. Alright, let me do a little bit of fixing, a little bit this, a little bit that. Play some music. Should be working. Why the music just stopped? Oh my gosh, I just played it. This one I would definitely get copyright claim. Oh, um, um. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Ooh. Gosh, my hand-eye coordination is really bad right now. I got a coping. Where? By the way, hello everyone. Sorry that I'm not too engaging at the moment. I was really focused. That coping actually woke me up. So, hello to everyone that managed to join in my stream. My name is Kiray Vacuo and I'm your host and your voice with a voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. So, if you guys are a little bit bored sometimes when I kind of like too focused in the drawing, do let me know your existence if you want to chat with me by using the exclamation mark quack. That way, you kind of like, yeah, you really make your presence noticed. Or if you really want to just lurk around in my stream, you can just go into the lurk mode, just press exclamation mark and lurk. You guys will find some very funny things in there. Also, I did have like some chat limit for a special things, is this one. For no reasons. But yeah, if you guys want to play with more, you guys can like play with lots of things. So far, I would say chat should be fine. Chat should be fine. If you guys wondering, like the way I draw the art is actually a little bit unique. You guys want to know more, you can ask me. I can actually more to oblige to teach you guys how to do it properly. I'm not really saying I'm going to claim it, but so far I'm the de facto expert at the moment. It's called a carving style. So it's basically something like this. You just add more ink, remove ink, chip them up bit by bit until you get like the desirable shape you want. Just that. I feel like something's missing here. Yeah, I think like the eye thingy here is a little bit too high up. I need to lower up the eyelid. Let's hope I didn't manage to lower it up too much. And if you guys are wondering on banging music here, I can tell one thing, I'm not sure I'm gonna get copyright claim or not. Because everything is from Dynasty Warrior. Usually, if you play music from games, it's fine. But the problem is, sometimes it might not. You know, like those kind of like copyright troll will find their way. They will always find their way. Usually it's fine. Usually. Oh no, it's Hulogit! Lubu's about to come here to smack shit out of you. I don't know why I found like this line really intriguing. I guess it's because like I have this like eyelash line too in my newer model. Hey, hi there, Confidence Dome. Welcome to the workforce. And you are currently joining in to become a unpaid intern. There is a way for you to upgrade your rank, get promoted to a paid intern, but I won't tell you. It's very unethical. Sorry, I'm still having quite a heavy stun of vertigo at me right now, so yeah, I'm still. My brain's still a little bit stunned. So my hand-eye coordination is not like the best at the moment. Oh, by the way, I still have lots of things that you can use, like the lurk buttons. If you guys go for the lurk command, you can see like some very, very funny things in there. Hi there, Kiray. Ta-da! I kept your messy hair. Nah, not really. Just a joke in there. You know, it would be hilarious, like, if you actually, like, started to, like, officially go for a VTuber route, and then you choose the... You just reuse this design with different clothes. Yeah, I know. How is Nino head? Still intact? Yeah, tell them say hi for me, and also about Nino brain is still intact or not. Well, try to think is like her, but times 2. Yeah, the power of alcohol times 2. Hi there, Red. It's been a while. Oh, I was going to remind you to do that. Alright then. Bye-bye, Kiray. And Red, don't think too much about the epic music happening behind the scene. It's just I'm playing like Dynasty Warrior music. I'm not sure I'm going to get copyrighted or not, but you know, we can try. I'm playing Dynasty Warrior, okay? Just pretend I'm playing. Okay, got most of the head covered. Why does this music have like a very Danny Phantom vibe? Hmm. Okay, I got a question. Oops, with that particular. Oh. Okay, got it. Now, I know some of the people might think, hey, you're just tracing. But I can tell you guys one thing for sure. The theme is supposed to be look like them in the first place. It's like almost identical version, but you know, it's alternate reality versions. So they're supposed to look like the same. And don't worry, I'll add enough stuff into it that actually like show the distinction of the difference, because I'm not going to just like copy and paste. Obviously, it's like I need to have like enough information data to do something on my own. It's like they look like the same, but also you can see like there's a clear difference. Same with like Nino model actually. If you guys don't know, it's like they look the same but have a lot of like the Vtuber personalities and like their trait. character trait and stuff mixed into it. So, yes. So that would be just a disclaimer for me. Besides, I can tell you one thing. Most VTuber is inspired from some anime. Hot take, but it is true. Maybe nowadays some VTuber is like inspired by some other VTubers, but I can tell you one thing. General VTuber, especially the earlier generations, everyone is inspired by some anime. No matter how picky you are, there's going to be bound to have like some certain part look alike. This is why I kind of like, personally, here's the thing, I don't like the people kind of like, you know, do call out posts that, hey, you copy my design! No, I didn't copy your design. Your design comes from anime. And I also have the same taste of anime like you. Obviously, you're going to look alike. I've seen this shit happen so many times. I got tired. I got really tired. Like, guys, can you guys just knock down a peg on this kind of things? No design is purely unique. And then everyone look at my character and be like, no. You look at me, if you're really trying to compare, a lot of people say I look at Nuxtaku, okay? No, I don't. My inspiration comes from Kingdom Hearts and Law of Wakey. He liked Bleach, I also like Bleach too, but mine's come from Kingdom Hearts. You're gonna take some time to actually blend this kind of element into it, but I can take my time. I got time. Even though it's called daily quick draw, but it's not a quick draw. Trust me. You look at most of my stream schedule, stream like length when I do like quick draw. Used to be one, but it's slowly become a false advertisement. Yeah, Athena have this like AI thing going on in there. Since like it have like a face and stuff, you know. See this? I'm going to add Korra face into it. The main point is the subtle difference for my Ace Attorney kind of like, you know, reactive thingy. Actually, if people are curious, I do offer a Ace Attorney like art commission service. So if someone want to do a Ace Attorney stream and then they need their VTuber look like one of the Ace Attorney like characters, yeah, just go to my VGen and give myself a call. I'll find time for it. Because I am in need of money. Oh, by the way, YouTube changed a system that it only benefit my stream if someone is chatting at least like once in here as a viewer. So if you guys want to at least do something, you guys can do a little bit of interaction, like exclamation mark lurk there. So you guys can so like the algorithm system kind of recognize and then boost my channel for more people. Do you remember to give it a like? And share the stream. Maybe in Twitter, Instagram, or any place that you use as a place. Hey, I'm a starving artist here. I need all the clout I can get. Ooh. Today is actually a pretty nice day. Again, hello everyone. My name is Kiray Vacuo and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here. So entertain you. I may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. So you guys can do a little bit of exclamation mark look, exclamation mark quack to let me know that when you guys want to talk and I'm not, you know, I'm basically like, sometimes I focus too much, I ignore chat. So if you notice I kind of like not noticing the chat, you guys can do the exclamation mark quack to get my attention. Imagine everyone here is not watching me drawing. The main purpose here is to listen to the Dynasty Warrior music. Oh, this is how you draw arm coming doing this. Hey, I learned something. And next time I can draw like a character doing like this pose much more better. In the futures. Yeah, I can tell you guys one thing, like, even though, like, here's the thing, lots of people think it's like a bad taboo stuff, but tracing really helps you kind of, like, learn a lot of drawing, especially when you try to trace posing and stuff. If you want to just do it for practice, it's actually fine. You don't have to be afraid of it too much, okay? For me, I'm not doing it to earn money, I'm just doing it for, like, you know, personal use and stuff. So it still land within range. And also the theme around, again, is supposed to look like them in the first place in their iconic pose and everything. So no matter what I do, they are going to look like them. So yeah. And they are reactive. They have a secondary pose instead of just one pose. I just lock them in like one like very familiar pose. The second pose would be very different. You can say like somewhat homebrew. It can be from minor adjustment to a very big difference like movement. Man, she has a very big hand. Yeah, when it comes to drawing fingers, my carving style have one weakness is to draw things in like hyper like minute detail. It's going to be very difficult unless I need to spend a lot of time on like that particular detail thing myself. I got a question. Did Dynasty Warrior decide to fight alien or something? Why there's like this kind of Western alien music here? Wait a minute. It's a big ass button. What in this scene doesn't look like one? Yeah, there's a skill for you to draw like a... I won't really say perfect circle because like you kind of like know like if I do this, either I draw a big circle, a big black circle, and then draw like something like this. If I'm not finessed too well, I will draw like a very big, thick line. In order not to do that, you just draw two circles. You can just immediately have like a very nice thin line circle happening in there. Man, I want to play Abiotics, but you know, recently my drawing stream budget is a little bit too high, so I didn't get a chance to play games and streams lately. But don't worry, Ace Attorney stream will be a thing. And this, yeah, in this like in this Sunday night. So yeah, stay tuned for that. second pose is going to be so dang hard. Right now, I can already see like the very distinctions from this version of Athena and the actual version of Athena. So this is like a parallel world version of it. Actually, she does look like a ninja one because like I add her flower onto it. Like the ninja also actually have the flower. Ooh. Yeah, this kind of kill we had. I knew it was going to be difficult to like just use the bucket tool. I can't rely on the bucket tool at all. What do you know? I can use it this way. Huh. Neat. And I totally forgot to draw her a eyebrow. How did you manage to hide in there? Sorry, I have bug situations in my table. I think on my table. I don't know where. I need to do like a full cleanup in the futures. Obviously, I'm a very generic person. Wait a minute. How you actually get in there? Oh, this gap. Holy heck, this gap. Should I go for like black? This look like evil version of Tina. the evil twin. And that white glove instead of black glove. Yeah, actually I can see it. She does function like a negative Athena in the first place, so yeah, I think we can go for that one. Hey, it looks nice actually. Filter corrections, remove dust.
Vtuber the game?
Here's the thing. Again, I'm not the kind of guy who keep listening to music to power myself drawing. I need noise. I need voice, you know? So, yeah, I need something. I need to watch video. So hold on a little bit. Boom. Okay.
Well, they did it. Roblox decided to double down on their decision to ban and threaten legal action against someone that was trying to keep their platform safer for children, a responsibility Roblox doesn't seem to want to do themselves, at least not in an efficient way. So the quick and dirty of it, if you don't know the lore, I'll give you the nutshell breakdown here. I made a video on it a couple days ago, but earlier this week, a YouTuber named Schlep just got permanently IP banned by Roblox HQ and threatened with legal action because he colored outside the lines here. He was a little naughty in the eyes of the Roblox corpo overlords, the fucking weasels in suits over there, those grease goblins. Apparently, when Schlep was young, he was the victim of a bad actor on Roblox, and as he grew up, he wanted to do what he could to make the platform safer for children so they didn't have to experience what he did. And thus he started actively catching predators and has actually had a few of them even arrested. He is doing what he can to just try and make the platform safer. Roblox takes a huge issue with that. One of the big criticisms of Roblox that has existed for years is how poorly they handle predators on Roblox. They are very hands-off when it comes to safety. Basically, their philosophy boils down to the old Luigi method in Mario Party, where if you do nothing, maybe you'll win. But in this case, that is not happening. You see, their tactics here of basically just plugging their ears and closing their eyes and then wiping their ass with all the reports that flood in, it's led to a massive issue with Roblox where there has been a very common occurrence of predators preying on kids through their platform. You've probably seen tons and tons of headlines about pedophiles through Roblox by this point. It's very clear that they are not efficient when it comes to handling this. So the community has begun policing themselves, and Schlep was among those that were trying to do what they could to catch the predators and have them arrested, but it's not like they were going behind Roblox's back for it. Schlep was actively providing Roblox all of the evidence, all of the reports, even sending a physical binder to the Roblox headquarters, and still they sat on their hands, put their thumb up their ass, and spun around on it or something. I guess when the package arrived there, they must have treated it like the Unabomber was trying to reach them or something. Like, Schlep and all of these other predator catchers on Roblox are actively trying to go through the proper channels, so Roblox will be the ones to act on it, but they just haven't been, at least not enough clearly, because there's still a huge problem on Roblox with this. So Roblox shut him down and threatened legal action. That has led to a huge shitstorm for Roblox, rightfully so. This has made headlines across the globe here. A wacky new development is apparently Roblox Corporation's chief safety officer, Matthew Kaufman, just sold over $800,000 worth of company stock shortly after the platform issued a cease and desist to Schlep. Looking like a little panic over there at the HQ. That is seeming like there's some holes in the ship. You don't often see the chief safety officer cash out that much stock in the wake of a huge debate about the safety of the platform that he is supposed to be managing and operating efficiently. Sounds like he's a little worried that people are more alert to how poorly Roblox itself handles safety in general. Another thing that happened is a congressman is also now making a push for Roblox to do more to keep children safe on their platform. It's gotten so big Roblox couldn't ignore it any further, so they put out a statement clarifying and doubling down on their decision to fight back against the vigilante groups, which is mind-boggling, just straight up fucking reflaffitating that they thought that this was somehow like a W, like a PR win here. We are fighting back against the vigilante groups. And then crickets when it comes to pedophiles. Why aren't you fighting the pedophiles? Why are you laser focused with the fucking crosshairs on the vigilantes that are fighting the pedophiles? Like, this is a wild hill to die on. We are sharing more information about why it was necessary to remove vigilantes from Roblox and the ways in which we review and act on reports of abuse on Roblox. While seemingly well-intentioned, the vigilantes we've banned have taken action that are both unacceptable and create an unsafe environment for users. I just need to stop right here and just take a pause. Schlepp and other vigilantes catching predators is not making the game more unsafe than it currently is by just having those predators running rampant with no one to stop them because you are not efficiently stopping them. Like, this is a crazy stance to take. Similar to actual predators, they often impersonate minors, actively approached other users, then tried to lead them to other platforms to have sexually explicit conversations, which is against our terms of use. Accurate, timely reporting from our community is important. Reporting through the appropriate channels, including our custom-designed reporting tools, immediately and with as much specific information as possible is the best way to help us remove bad actors from Roblox. These reporting tools are designed to capture key metadata and details that cannot be captured from an email or screenshot and enable faster, more efficient reviews and more thorough reporting to law enforcement when warranted. I'm going to take another break here real quick. When does that go live? Because that's definitely not live right now. Like, what do you mean? Like, that is the biggest problem. Everything you're saying right there is an absolute gobbledygook. Like, that's just mumbo jumbo. You're just saying words that aren't real. That is the big problem. No matter how many times people are reporting these bad actors through your channels, there is no efficient, fast reviewing that leads to the person being, kicked off the platform. There's so many cases of predators who have literally been arrested that still actually have their Roblox accounts live. What are you talking about? That is blatantly false. And that is the issue. You can say you have all these tools and that you take in all of these reviews, but there's nothing that really shows that. It doesn't seem like if that is the case, Roblox accounts live. What are you talking? Reviewing that leads to the person being, kicked off the platform. There's so many cases of predators who have literally. What do you mean? That is the biggest. Problem. Everything you're saying right there is an absolute gobbledygook. That's just mumbo jumbo. You're just saying words that aren't real. Knows that. There's no. It doesn't seem like if that is the case, it's made any difference. Maybe you need to overhaul that, or maybe you need to beef it up or something. Maybe you should work with the vigilante groups instead of vilifying them because they're doing a better job at getting the predators captured and taken off the platform than your systems are. I don't know why you view the vigilantes as enemies. Again, I can understand in general why vigilantes could be a bad thing, like on a broad scale. But when the company isn't doing things to ensure the safety of the users, well, vigilantes are super necessary to step in to do it for them, to keep the platform safe, because you are just not doing your job. It makes no sense to me that they would be so combative with someone like Schlepp, where they'd cease and desist, ban him, and then threaten legal action. You could work with him. Why don't you guide him through the proper channels? He is doing a good service by getting these predators arrested. It is something you are not doing enough of. We realize that no platform is perfect, but we prioritize trust and safety because it's core to what we do as a company. It doesn't really seem like you prioritize it, by the way. It seems like your CEO is prioritizing trying to turn it into a fucking dating site for 17 plus, which again, by the way, is a really weird age where he's trying to pitch a 17 plus dating service to a company, Roblox, so it'd be half gaming and half dating. It seems like that's the focus because Dave fucking Bazooki here, the CEO of Roblox, can't stop yapping about it. It doesn't seem like the priority is trust and safety. That's all I'm saying. This is an area where we invest heavily and are always innovating. Helping keep our users safe is a critical part of our vision of connecting 1 billion people with optimism and civility. It is a strategic imperative for our community. And then just a bunch of blabbering here, all of which it doesn't seem to be true. Again, I understand they can't wipe them all out instantly, but it's clear that reports are falling on deaf ears. Like, there are predators, real predators, like with irrefutable evidence that Roblox is not acting on. So there is a problem here, and it doesn't seem like they're doing enough. Then they go on to talk about like just how many messages and how many users are on Roblox. Again, I understand there's millions and millions and a lot to go through, a lot to comb through, which is why, again, I don't understand why they wouldn't be extending an olive branch to the vigilante groups who are clearly doing a good job at catching real predators that are on their platform. Roblox is missing them in a lot of cases. I don't know why they wouldn't want to work with them. Again, as they mentioned here, they've got, fucking billions of messages that get across, billions of reports that swipe across their desk every day. Why wouldn't you work with the community that is actively trying to help you and help keep the platform safe? So now they talk about why they've decided to remove vigilantes. We have been monitoring vigilante activity on Roblox for some time. These groups began by reporting safety concerns, commenting on news about Roblox, and challenging us to do better. We appreciate this feedback and use these reports to improve our safety systems. More recently, vigilante activity evolved. Instead of just reporting on safety issues, vigilantes started impersonating children and actively sought to connect with adult users. Those conversations mimicked inappropriate behavior and actively encouraged other users to connect on other social media and messaging platforms, thus bypassing Roblox's own safety systems. These were not one-off situations, and we saw the behavior accelerating across many accounts. This actively created an unsafe environment and normalized behavior that is both unacceptable on Roblox and is against our
no matter how you look at it is official
prohibit
artwork.
directing
It's
other
just...
users off Roblox to another platform
Oh,
through chat
now I know, like, that's like, this is the testing artwork. You have another one, I think like that one is the official one. This
Just
is
reread
like
your
the
statement here, Roblox. You recognize that these groups were
sketch-based
reporting all of
versions.
this to you. And then you're confused on why they started doing more than just reporting. Could it possibly be because all of the reports they were sending your way for so long weren't leading to the predators getting kicked off the platform or anything? Could that possibly be the reason? Could you follow that trail of breadcrumbs of logic? Like, I don't know how they can be so delusional to not recognize the reason why it evolved beyond just reporting and then they started using like decoys to try and get more evidence is because you weren't acting on the reports. Thus, they gathered more evidence on these bad actors and turned it over to authorities who did act on it. The evidence was sufficient for the police to issue arrests and get the predators. But it wasn't enough for you guys to ban them or do anything like the bare minimum to protect children from these bad actors, these evil people. Like, I don't know why they're confused. They're making it sound like it's some kind of epidemic that spiraled out of control and Roblox was just doing everything by the book perfectly, when that's just not the case. The reason why it evolved so much is because you weren't doing enough. So the community started taking it upon themselves to try and act and do better and ensure the platform was a little safer for whatever they could do. They then have this section on the importance of accurate reporting, going over like they needs to act in accordance with their policies and all of that, and then due to privacy considerations, we cannot inform users whether reports have led to consequences. But the thing about that claim is, to me, it seems like they're trying to hide behind their numbers. Like, we get so many reports and we just can't inform you if like your report led to that person getting banned, but just trust us, it probably did. Like, we're actually like, we're doing such a good job at getting them all banned. But the thing is, people aren't that fucking stupid. When you have found a bad actor, if you have found a predator and you're reporting that person, a lot of these people are following those accounts to ensure that they get banned because they are a danger to the community. And in a lot of cases, they're not getting banned. Like, they know that there hasn't been consequences. Whether or not Roblox is telling them, people can see for themselves when the accounts aren't banned. They then talk about how they actually go above and beyond. They work with law enforcement, following official legal guidelines around when it's appropriate to collaborate with them and provide information to help track bad actors across platforms to help keep users safe even beyond Roblox. In 2024, they submitted 24,522 reports to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They then say that on multiple occasions they found vigilante groups holding the reports to Roblox until after they had coordinated real-life meetups and built their own social media posts, and then explain why that's a bad thing, about how Waiting to report to Roblox or the relevant authorities means alleged bad actors could potentially remain on the platform longer, leaving the community open to additional risks of harm. And they close out this section by saying that they recognize the community's frustration with how they handle violative behavior outside of Roblox, but they can't always act on all of it because a lot of it's screenshots and other messaging applications that need to be independently confirmed, because without verification it would open up significant abuse and misuse and all of that, so they have to do their due diligence. Overall, this is them saying that they actually take the reports very seriously and that they actually do a lot to try and keep Roblox safe, even beyond Roblox. They then also claim that some of the vigilante groups are like making social media posts about all of these bad actors before even reporting to Roblox. Of course, I don't know if that's all true or not. Very well could be. But the point still stands. There are a lot of bad actors on Roblox, even with all of the reports they act on and the ones that they report to the proper authorities. There is still a huge infestation of these evil people. And the vigilante groups, the ones that Roblox is fighting tooth and nail against, whether they like it or not, they are making a difference in making the platform safer. Roblox can, submit all of these reports and do as much as they can, but as they showcase, they get so many and they can't go through all of them. They can't thoroughly investigate every single one. They can't analyze every single screenshot from every off-platform message. They know that. They do even hint at that. But these vigilante groups, in a lot of cases, do go the extra mile for a lot of these individuals, and it leads to them getting arrested and away from children. It takes the predator away from victims. It makes the platform safer. It's not something Roblox should be battling against so vehemently. I really just don't understand why they don't try and work more collaboratively with people like Schlep or Gideon, who are actively getting these predators arrested. That's the big problem. Roblox isn't doing enough to keep children safe, and instead of trying to find more ways of keeping predators away from children, instead they're trying to legally strong-arm vigilantes into silence and just leaving it all alone and letting Roblox handle it. Put their trust in Roblox, a platform that has repeatedly let down so many people when it comes to getting these bad actors taken off the platform and away from victims. It is a problem that Roblox has done nothing to help with this statement here. This doubling down about this being like some kind of righteous fight against vigilantes is just so off the mark, it's crazy. They then spend a paragraph giving you a tutorial on how to report users, which is just completely useless. It's like giving you a tutorial on how to get ice cream at McDonald's. The fucking machines are broken. It's useless. You can report people till the cows come home. It's not working. That is the issue. They then talk about their Trusted Flagger program, where close and trusted partners can report serious criminal activity such as terrorism, violent extremism, or child exploitation directly to Roblox. And the idea is that the Trusted Flaggers are someone that Roblox puts a lot of weight on with their reports. But the Trusted Flagger program, while it sounds good in theory, is actually highly neglected. And from what I've read from a bunch of people with this program in particular, it doesn't do anything more than just a normal report. It doesn't seem like they actually take into consideration the trusted flag more than the normal report. Overall, I found this response from Roblox to be horrible. The doubling down was just a terrible call here, and it almost reads like Roblox is more upset that people are aware of the predator problem as opposed to the predator problem existing in the first place. It seems like Roblox would rather people just be completely ignorant to it, just silence on it while it's still being in the background. It doesn't seem like they care so much that the predators exist. They just care that people are talking about the predators existing now. Their priorities are just so out of whack. Threatening legal action against someone who was victimized on your game and is just trying to do what they can to make it better, and just a blanket removing all vigilantes type approach to things here is just nonsensical, because the community is in a position where it needs those vigilante groups because Roblox hasn't done enough to protect them. It's crazy to me. Anyway, I just wanted to give you the follow-up to all this. That's really about it. See ya.
Man, this is why I don't like his thing. The reason I don't play Roblox is because, hey, that's a place of a children playing ground. Why do I need to go there? Yeah, just that. I don't really play Minecraft anymore too, is because like I attract so many kids into my streams. I'm a guy who curses a lot. I don't want kids to follow suit. Yes, a lot of kids don't give a shit. If I do some other stuff and kids want to join in, it's not exactly my fault. It's because, kids being kids and their parent don't give a shit about what they're watching. That's their fault. But still, yeah, yeah. You get what I'm talking about. Oh, this one I want to listen. How fuck is John a Somali?
There are ways to do that. Ramsey Somali was late by a few minutes. Hank and Ramsey's lawyer went to find him. So Hank went out to find him. Ramsey's lawyer went out to find him. Eventually, they did find him. When he came in, he was dressed in a suit. He had a nice buzz cut. You're going to see photos of him later, but he looked gaunt. He looked thin. He had deep circles around his eyes. It was described that his deep circles had circles. He also was resigned. He did not make faces. He didn't look around at the crowd. He didn't stick out his tongue like he did in previous engagements, previous court dates. So he had a huge attitude shift going forward into this date. There was also a new interpreter sworn in. Last time there were interpreting issues, we had a new one, and the reviews from everybody, including people who spoke Korean and were doing translating for the Somali conviction team, was this translator was excellent. Not just good, excellent, perfect, 10 out of 10, great interpreter, which was amazing. So let's talk about, first of all, the first thing that came up was, did Hank lie? Now, Hank, in an interview recently with K-Town Social Club, said that Ramsey is no longer living with him. And Ramsey gave Hank's address in court. So either Hank was lying on that interview or it's contempt of court. It's contempt of court. That's an additional crime that he's committing there. Or Hank is lying. I'm not going to say which way it is. You guys can kind of make up your mind. Most people seem to think it's probably a lie to throw them off the trail, but who knows? We don't really know. Hank also appeared to be distancing himself from Somali in a recent interview, but he sat in the front row. He went to find Ramsey, and he escorted him home with the lawyer in a cab. So he essentially was right there winging him the entire time. And right now we're going to get into the next part, which was a disaster, which was Ramsey's lawyer. Now, this is not to say he's incompetent or there's anything in terms of skill. Once again, as a lawyer, even if you're an amazing lawyer, you can be handed a bad case. The other thing that's going on here is if the client tells you to argue something, you kind of have to argue it, even if you don't want to. So if the client says, hey, I want to plead not guilty, but you don't really have any evidence, you don't have any backup, the argument really doesn't work, well, you can kind of be put in a bad place. And I kind of feel bad for Ramsey's attorney because it's very clear that Johnny and his, fools on Discord, etc., are feeding these arguments in that just do not work in court. They're not Korean lawyers. They don't know Korean law. Johnny's not a Korean lawyer, but he's trying to force these arguments that just don't work in the Korean system. And it led to a lot of losses today, loss after loss after loss. There was not a single win, even procedurally, even small victories for the Somali team. So let's talk about that. So right off the bat, the first thing in the hearing was the judge asked Ramsey's lawyer for any specific evidence on the crimes Ramsey pled not guilty to. So specifically the deepfakes. We're talking about the deepfakes for which he pled not guilty. So the judge says, hey, what evidence do you have? And the lawyer was completely flustered by this. He could not answer. He said, hey, we submitted that to the court, so you should have that, right? But he couldn't, when pressed, give any of the information, any defense at all. He couldn't remember any specifics. That's not good. Now, what may have happened here is Johnny may have had this packet of information, perhaps the dossier prepared by his Discord, which was submitted to the judge or submitted to the court. However, didn't really memorize that, didn't really go through it. Maybe he's busy, maybe he didn't have time, maybe he didn't understand it. Who knows? We don't know what's going on, but that was a very bad look and did not look good in court. Beyond that, Ramsey's lawyer tried to complain about late notice and procedure, and he tried to kind of make it sound like the prosecution was doing something bad or untoward or unofficial or breaking the rules. And now the prosecutor, and I have been in this courtroom, I've seen the prosecutor. The prosecutor looks like a very nice, mild-mannered, calm guy. I watched him an entire day in court cases. I sat in another day and watched like 6, 7 trials. This guy never was aggressive. He never got angry, was very calm and collected, very professional.
Because he
But all the
John
reports
Smalley
from
is
the courtroom
fucked.
today, and I went over several after the stream. I asked several sources. I said, hey, was this what happened? And they said, yes. He aggressively countered Ramsey's lawyer in a way in which is not typical for a prosecutor to normally do. Pretty much, Ramsey's lawyer was saying, hey, you're doing something wrong. And the prosecutor got up and said, oh, hell no. And excuse my language, or I'll put some in the swear jar, but said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All notice we gave was proper. Everything was legal. We followed the procedure. And the judge quickly stepped in and took the side of the prosecutor, not Ramsey's lawyer, overruled Ramsey's lawyer and said verbatim, this is not an issue, move on. So absolute procedural L, massive procedural L for Ramsey's lawyer. Going beyond that, there was the new charge, the charge of the additional obstruction. That's once again, the fourth obstruction charge that was coming up. It was revealed that this new charge, was for conduct on 2 Seoul buses on September 27, 2024. Now, this was they stated stuff like playing loud music and TTS and playing North Korean propaganda. Now, mind you, he is not charged under the terrorism statute, under the terrorism law. He's still charged under obstruction of business. So it doesn't change the nature and make him guilty of terrorism. However, it does conclude that they were factoring in the fact that he was playing North Korean propaganda. They know, and they were listening to that. It says that disturbed the passengers, it disrupted operations, and ultimately for a obstruction of business, if you disturb normal operations of business, you are guilty. So therefore, Ramsey knew he was dead to rights on this and pled guilty to this new obstruction charge. So once again, another guilty in the bucket. Now we're going to talk about the other things that he pled guilty to. So previously, Ramsey had pled not guilty to the Lotte World charge. That is going into Lotte World, causing a scene, disrupting the ride, causing the ride to close. So we had a huge surprise today. We thought the witness for today was going to be Bong Bong. Everybody thought that, myself included. And you know what? I was wrong. Look at that. I'm admitting I was wrong here. It was actually the witness that was a staff woman from Lotte World who repeatedly told Ramsey not to film. She was actually quite disturbed by the fact that he would not stop filming. And you could see that in the video, in the original video. I've reviewed that video. I'm not going to show her because I don't want to put her face out there and make it, put any pressure on her or anything else. But you can see in her face that she was not happy about it. And she showed up. And Ramsey changed his plea to guilty on the Lotte World charge. He may have been gambling that the Lotte World witness would no-show and saying, okay, if the witness no-shows, then okay, we can go and not guilty because she's going to no-show and not be there. However, she showed up and was highly motivated to be there. So big shout out to Lotte World. Big shout out for filing this charge. This is one that a lot of members of the SC team, my team, worked really, really hard to see if we can get pressed, to see if we can get in there. And big shout out to the people that helped out, especially people like Bang TV and the others in Korea that really helped press this charge. So because he changed his plea from guilty to not guilty, he now has 6 confirmed guilty charges. 4 obstruction of business and 2 minor crimes act. So he is a confirmed repeat offender, repeat criminal with all of these. And once again, each charge stacks up the amount of time he can be in jail. At this point, the maximum is 12 years. However, even the default, even the standard punishment would be over 4 years in jail. Even if they don't give him the aggravated maximum of 12 years, the standard, the non-aggravated, is 4 years and some change in terms of months. So even not counting the deepfakes, this is very, very serious. Now, one important thing is Ramsey's lawyer seems to think obstruction and all this is a joke. He actually was scoffing and laughing, etc., when they were talking about obstruction, like, oh, it's not a big deal. This is a big deal, and people have gone to jail for years in Korea for this. Absolutely. So now we have it here, like we said, 4 guilty, for the obstruction of business, guilty on the Minor Crimes Act, and not guilty on the deepfake. These are his pleas. Of course, he's going to have to fight this at the next trial, and I do believe there's sufficient evidence to find him guilty on the deepfake counts. We're going to talk about that next. But now we know the fourth count is for the bus North Korean propaganda, the loud music, so we know what's going on here. So he's kind of got two obstructions for the bus, one for Lotte World and one for 7-Eleven. This is not just about a cup of noodles, folks. This is much more than a cup of noodles. Going on, let's talk about the deepfakes. And the deepfakes is the crime that Johnny Somali fears the most. He's scared to death because this is one that absolutely carries prison time right off the bat. The statute will not allow for fines. It's straight to prison, no other option. Now, the deepfake was a disaster for Johnny's defense. They pretty much confessed. Let's talk about this. So Ramsey's lawyer argued that Ramsey doesn't know how to make a deepfake, that he is incompetent to make a deepfake, which, look, we all know that's BS. It takes 2 seconds to make a deepfake. There's AI, there's other mechanisms. Anybody can make a deepfake, and Ramsey is certainly capable of it. But beyond that, that's what the lawyer said makes him innocent. The lawyer said he didn't make it, so because he didn't make it, he's innocent. But the prosecutor immediately countered, once again, getting up there, getting in their face. Great job by the prosecution. Amazing performance. Said, so you deny making the deepfake, but you admit, you confess to distributing, which is publishing the deepfake. Ramsey's lawyer said, well, he was drunk. He admits distribution, but denies production. So saying he confesses that he distributed, but denies production. First of all, there is no I was drunk defense in the statute. Being drunk or high or whatever is not a defense. It's did you do it or not? There's no state of mind involved here. So being drunk is not at all going to mitigate this or make this better or make him not guilty. That is not going to work at all. But the bombshell admission is the admission of guilt as to production. It's not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is that Ramsey distributed or published it, meaning whether or not Ramsey made it is irrelevant. And just to prove that, let's look at the statute here. Now, I know this language is small. This is the full statute. I want you guys to know he's really going to be hit under number 3 or number 4 here, but you have to read number 2 because number 3 here under the distribution of false video products, the deepfake law, Article 14.2, Article 3 here says a person who commits a crime under paragraph 2 by means and information of communication networks against the will of the subject, Bong Bong and Youngman, and making profits, he was streaming and making money, shall be punished by imprisonment with labor for not more than 7 years. It also says somebody who habitually commits can have it aggravated. So that's a big one as well. So he's going to be charged under 3 or 4 here, but this one, he obviously made profit, and we got to read paragraph 2 to find out, okay, what does it describe the crime as? Well, what's the crime? Does it say a person who makes a deepfake? No, it actually doesn't say that, although it does have in another statute, in number 1, a person who edits it, synthesizes, or process. But number 2, it says a person who has published. The only thing that's important to the crime is that he put it on screen. And because he has now confessed, he put it on screen.
Sorry,
and as
I was
the judge and the prosecutor,
video.
It's done. It's a shut case. It's over.
I need sound and conversation having around me to stimulate my brain. So far, everything working well. They look really alike. I kind of like hybrid the character together. Is one of my commissions thingy. Well, it is behind me. You guys can't really see it because here's the thing. I don't want to be those kind of like reactive content, just like, you know, like have the screen there, this and that stuff. You know, it's actually behind it. You guys can't really see it. And if you really want to see it, there is a way. But not all the way. I open up this thing. It almost finished, so you most likely don't have too much thing to look at.
Baby, He's just admitted to it. Now, he's entitled to his right to fight back. He can question the witnesses. And we're going to talk about the witnesses in a second because that was a whole other loss for Somali. But at this point, we have him dead to rights on this crime, which is what I predicted. And I've been saying for the past almost year when I've been talking about the deepfake crime, saying, hey, look, it doesn't matter what his excuses are. It doesn't matter who Bong Bong is or Youngman is or whether they're bad people. Youngman, one of the streamers who is the cause for one of the deepfakes, is in jail right now. So clearly he's done some bad things, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is Johnny published a deepfake of Youngman and Johnny published a deepfake of Bong Bong. That's it. That's all. So let's continue here. There was a huge loss, once again, another disaster regarding the witnesses. So Ramsey's lawyer was fighting tooth and nail not to allow the deepfake witnesses. He did not want those deepfake witnesses to come in. That would have been disastrous for him in his mind. Well, the prosecution argued that since Ramsey admits distribution but denies production, the witnesses have to be allowed. They must be allowed for arguing back about the production. The judge sided immediately with the prosecution and allowed the witnesses. Said, no. If you're still fighting this, if you're still pleading not guilty, we're going to allow the witnesses. Now, Ramsey's lawyer went beyond that. So once again, another overrule trying to get rid of him. Now Ramsey's lawyer said, okay, I want extended cross-examination. Instead of the standard 15-minute cross-examination of each witness, I want 25.
Now, here's the thing. Johnny Somali have this thing like he show like a famous IRL streamers in Korean and then do a deep fake of them kissing and then show off as like I have a girlfriend. But here's the thing, like Korean are still at war. I'm not even kidding. They are still they are still at war. So they have this heavy propaganda, heavy-handed propaganda law that you cannot use deepfake, you cannot do artificial AI voice, you can't do anything that can make false media. So they are super fucking heavy-handed on this kind of law. Obviously, they also have another thing. They have the idol industry. So their idol industry is very deeply protected because it's a very valuable asset. Just putting like idol face and deep fake in like those kind of like, porn thingy, and yeah, voila, they essentially lost like their value. So it becomes like a very, very important thing. They have a super duper fucking heavy handed law when it comes to deep fake.
Minutes. The judge denied Ramsey's request. Guys, this is massive. In Korean procedure, in discussing this with lawyers and people experienced with the process, this almost never happens. Typically, if they request this, they give it. This is the judge telling Ramsey to cope and seethe. It's saying, we don't think your defense has enough. It's not worth it to give you 25 minutes. It's not going to prove anything. So all that dossier, all that other stuff, whatever else you think is relevant, that's really not worth 25. You've got 15 minutes for each witness, 15 minutes for Bong Bong, 15 minutes for you.
Somali was not in trial. He got caught and detained and then deported in Japan after he did like a public apologize. And then the moment he got deported, he just say like, fuck you, it was fake. I never apologized. Fuck you guys. And then like went ahead and go to I forgot like Iran or Israel. I forgot, like he went there also like do a lot of troll stuff. And then he got deported, he got caught, punched, and then he got like basically got into a lot of conflict, and then he got deported after that, and then he'd be like, I am not done yet, and went to Korea. And yeah, when he does the Korea stuff, he kind of like he went to Korea and then also like do a lot of shit there. And yeah, the Korea one is basically, here's the thing, every country have their own national statues, those kind of things, like, right? So the Korean one, he basically just desecrate all the national statues and basically do a lot of like heinous shit. try to think, like, in Japan, he already does quite a lot. He basically tripled the numbers of what he is doing in Japan and doing in Korea. If he come to Malaysia and try to do it, I would believe the next day he will disappear. Wink, wink. He will disappear if he does this in Malaysia. Not just that, deepfake is one of the many cases. Too bad they can't really charge him for desecration of like national monument. But the thing he does basically is already, like I say, he desecrated the national monument. Even by law, he's not really in that deep trouble. But by, people's standard, they technically already are super pissed off. And then he went ahead and keep doing a lot more stuff in there. It's like disrupting business, go to like, imagine you be like the 7-Eleven guy, like you're doing, he went to like something like a 7-Eleven and start drinking in there, and then like make like cup noodle and then start tossing the cup noodle at the customer, and then and go to bus and then disturb the bus schedule, this and that other stuff. Basically, here's the thing. In Malaysia, if you are the bus late is kind of like, it's a very fucking common thing, especially in KL. But in Korea, they are very on time because they have fine the moment you kind of like got any like delay schedule stuff. So he essentially disrupt the business of like the bus line, the public transportation line, and then disrupt like a lot of like places. And then there's a lot of you can have those kind of like TTS thing that you can put any like soundboard into it, and then you just pay money for it. You can play like a random soundboard. Apparently he went to a place. It's like a Disneyland before Korea. The soundboard turn on basically speaks in Korea. He do not understand Korea, but the thing that said in the soundboard is actually basically he want to rape kids. In the Disneyland. On blast, the speakers. Even after the chat told him what the speaker is about, yeah, I don't care. Yeah. So, in any many standpoint, there's lots of things he can't get in trouble. So they are trying their best to find shit that can get him in trouble. He want to do so much trouble in here. They will get him in trouble. So right now he has so many cases that in his hand. Basically, the most heavy-handed case that they can find is the deepfake one, and then the easiest one to charge is the business disruption. He definitely went there and cut out a lot of like different business owner. So he definitely have the business charge like included. Here's the thing, law system can be dragged out really, really long, and Korea have this funny system. It's like, I will charge you one case, but in the same time, once you plead guilty for that one case, they immediately charge you another case. So you are a repeat offender. Normally it's like getting banned and stuff, like you ban for 1 day and then ban for like maybe 3 days, and then next time you get banned, you ban for like a week, and then next time you get a month, and then you get a permanent ban, something like that. So they are doing that in hyper speed. They have a lot of cases in their hand, but they decided not to charge him everything at one go. They decided to charge him one thing at a time. So he basically kind of like low-key forced him to have like multiple repeated offense one at a time. So he basically now got like 8 case charge, and then he will put like the worst case. They after like basically line by line every single case, just keep accumulated more and more repeated charge, and then they will slap the heaviest charge in there, the deepfake one. So basically, they will. It's also like this. You can't just put everything in there. It's going to be a very difficult case to fight. But when you do like first easy charge, like guarantee you will get a charge, but maybe it's not like a very heavy penalty. And then they immediately slap you with the things that you do similarly, they will be like heavier penalty. But again, because you keep having all those like cases, like keep adding on, piling on, your guilty, the things that is going to get harder to get guilty become easier and easier to get guilty, because like you are in your record have like what they call a repeat offender already. So the more repeat offending case you have, the more easier you will get charged on like the things that sometimes you can't even really like get charged on. So they are using that tactic on him. So it's basically every few months he will have one charge added. Every few months he will have one charge added. Here's the thing, because he is essentially a foreigner, a tourist, he can't have a job in there. He already got banned in Twitch, got banned in Cake, got banned in technically every places in this world. So he can't earn money. The only way he earn money is to be nuisance in the internet. I'll be like, man, at least he earned money. But anyway. So yeah. Now he can't stream. He can't get a job in there because everyone in Korea fucking hates him. So he essentially have no income. They are intentionally also trying their best to drag out the court case as much as possible. If you want to fucking stay in here and disturb the peace, we will lock the fuck you in. That's their response. Because usually many countries they'll be like, I don't want to fucking deal with you, just deport that fucker. But for Johnny Somali in Korea, they'd be like, no, you want to stay here? Stay here. Nah, he won't be getting out of Korea. He already they already guarantee sure. Even like the highest court member already like nailed them down. They are still trying to be fair. Obviously, the court case is still trying to be fair. But the way they're doing it, it's almost guaranteed he already have like around like 25-ish. I think like 25-ish like jail time. And in Korea, your jail time is actually being a cabbage farmer. So, yeah, technically it still works, but he had to be a cabbage farmer in there for like 25 years. So, yeah, but here's the thing. He still have charge adding on and on and on. So, that 25 years are still going to get increased. Hey, hi, Kiray. So, Johnny Somali is extremely fucked. Not how fucked is Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali is extremely fucked. I don't even think he can have a chance to eat kimchi at that point. Johnny Somali right now is basically public enemy. The top 5 public enemy in Korea. Even he went to jail. The chance of him getting ganged up and getting punched is really, really fucking high. He's going to do a lot of grab the soap thingy.
So 30 minutes total. It'll probably go, about an hour maybe-ish next trial. And that's all you've got. Ramsey's lawyer just has 15 minutes, and we'll see what he does with those 15 minutes. It probably is going to be pretty crazy. So we had a little action outside the court. Here's Ramsey leaving the court with his buzz cut, his new buzz cut, the suit. You see him there with Hank there. Definitely a different look today. So Ramsey quickly left with Hank and his lawyer. They did not interact with media or streamers. They avoided a kick streamer, Paul Risen, who attempted to interview them. And the streamer appeared to be anti-Somali generally, so maybe Somali knew that. But what I'm saying is he wasn't interacting. In the past, he was cursing at people. He was taking interviews. He was saying stuff. And he was smiling, smirking. Now he quickly ran to get in the cab. He wants nothing to do with the media. It reflects that I think he realizes this is serious and he's about to find out. He realized this was absolutely a massive loss for him today. Then other news is the next trial.
He insists that he is not fucked for fucking 1.5 years. And try to just play in court. You go to court and then you decide to bleh at people. It's like... Man, this guy, basically he doubling down, tripling down. Imagine Pirate Software, but worse.
Is October 29th, same courthouse, 2 p.m. So right before Halloween, we're going to have a spooky surprise for Somali. And the deepfake witnesses will be called next time, Bong Bong and Youngman. So they will be called to testify on October 29th.
And yes,
so we thought they were going to come
that
today.
guy got 2
Bong
fucking
Bong's
deepfake
today.
cases.
It's no, so Bong Bong and Youngman will be coming at the next trial. So that should be something to look forward to. Will be absolutely insane to see what Ramsey's lawyer tries to question them. I want to know what you guys think about this. How percentage cooked is Ramsey? And I'll catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
Punch. Try to think this. Pirate Software is an idiot. But Johnny Somali is a level above that. Nobody can compare fucking Johnny Somali. He is he for being a complete idiot. He is on the fucking throne. Nobody can actually dethrone him. Imagine there's a rank 1 and rank 2. The rank 1 is basically 50 kilometer ways from the rank 2. Here's the thing. Pirate Software is not just dumb. He lied the fuck out, and there's so many things. If you don't know too much on the detail, that guy has been lying to his teeth for ages. Imagine you work in a scientist lab as a janitor. You would tell people that you have authority as a scientist. So yes. If you're gonna say that having had a very, very deep voice, that you would be very convincing. Maybe next time I'll try to do a very deep voice for this, and then I'll get more user and more viewer because of that. And also, instead of using a Microsoft Paint, I will use Clip Studio to elaborate everything that I will talk about. I am a level higher than Pirate Software. While I am just being a guy who study engineering and study 3D animations, I am the authority of all animations and science. Elon Musk, fuck that guy. I am higher range than him. What? Pirate Software is famous for reasons. I should do Pirate Software. He famous for being very constructive, very deep voiced. That's the reasons. Having a deep voice can do quite lots of things, okay? I think. But too bad, I don't have the face, like my in real life face, do not have the thingy that, convince people that I sound like that. Yeah, those kind of things like that does happen too. So, hi there.
もしもし。
Still doing quite a lot of things. I still haven't drawn the second post. The second post will be the most headache stuff, and that is where the star and cloud is going to be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you want to know, like most people reactive obviously have a second post. You notice Nino one, the hand moved. There's no second hand image. I made that up.
Oh.
And I let you see like the Axel one, right?
Yeah.
There's no that move. The second when she talked, that movement doesn't exist.
Ah.
So some people might think I do like a full on like copy and paste like tracing. No. I just try to mimic the closest iconic post they have. But the second post is basically going to be something like I homebrew myself. And Silence asking who is Kiray, the one that you just chatted with.
Mm-hmm.
And I am still trying to find a way to color things properly. Yeah, I want to keep things a little bit much more simple.
I wanted to point something out, and it's funny how you somehow can. It's funny how the coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. No, I'm reading the chat.
Oh. Well, technically, this is a public server, not even my server. I do have a server, but that server is pretty much dead. Nobody is in there.
Yeah, I can see. So I have the Twitch open.
Yeah, like for some reason the chat is not appearing. I don't know why.
Yeah, the chat isn't appearing, but I can. It's on. It shows up on YouTube for one, and also I have. Korekura Messenger at your service.
Let me try to like bring this thing up for some. Oh. I think I realized why. Nope. Okay. Gosh dang it. I don't know why the thing is in a very weird positions.
Have I watched the Meat Canyon video? No.
Don't.
Well.
All I can say is don't.
Oh. There we go. There's the chat.
Actually, I'm still amazed at his ability to refuse wrongdoing. So hard.
Tell her don't watch it.
Ooh. Oh, the moment I put this in here, it doesn't. Okay. All right. Not a choice there. Well, something is called double down, triple down. Like anyone study psychology, I won't even say psychologist. Like anyone would have the eye that he's that kind of person in the Chinese saying is like the kind of person that trip and fall down, but he will get up with a bunch of sand in his hand and say, "This is on purpose. This is my 1,000 IQ proof. 1,000 IQ move. This sand is actually a very special sand. I don't want people to take it, so I act like I trip on the floor, and then I grab this bunch of sand in my hand. And this is the best sand in the world. It can cure cancer. It can save life. It can just make people immortal." And then he was like, "Trust me, I work in Blizzard." You have to
He is
trust
the
me.
kind of person. He's the kind of person to spill coffee on himself and then say, "Oh, I was just trying to find an excuse to change my clothes."
Yes, that is just him in a nutshell.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I should continuously find some YouTube to watch. Okay. This way is easy to watch. I'm also wonder why I have like a big update, but I'm not sure I should play or not. I still want to wait for more stuff. Oh, we should watch Mugen stuff. Okay, there's a lot of Mugen video we can watch. Like, which one would you prefer? The Bishoujo one, the Conquered, the Uma Musume.
Oh no! Oh dear lord.
Oh, there's a Pirate Software one too. Moonjin has the best video. Ah. You are a very cultured person. Alright, let's go for that. 4 weeks ago.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And that phrase is perfect to describe when a massive content creator gets into controversy bad enough to end their career. But when it comes to Pirate Software, he wasn't just a big content creator. He was someone who managed to blow up from 13,000 subscribers all the way to
I need to make more
1.1
YouTube
million
short.
in less than 2 months, taking over the YouTube Shorts algorithm at some point, and even making over $50,000 in one Twitch stream. However, he also managed to lose all of that just as fast. His actions didn't just make him unlikable, but it exposed him, both as a brand and as a person, making people realize that they had subscribed to him over lies or exaggerations, and that he never showed his true self until now. You've no doubt somehow heard about this already. So many people are talking about him because it's that much of a crazy story, and so I thought of making a video going back to the first ever incident and how it led us here today. So without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so the first question to even ask here is, where the hell did Pirate Software even come from? Well, he created his channel in 2016, and while his channel would grow over the years, it would do so in a very slow manner, reaching 13,000 subscribers after 7 years. But then, at the end of October 2023, he would take a decision that would change his life forever. And that would be uploading highlights of his Twitch streams as YouTube Shorts. These were such an incredible success that for a while they took over the YouTube Shorts algorithm. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all if a huge portion of you watching this video right now came across these shorts on your own time. The views speak for themselves, with tens of millions of people being exposed to his channel for the first time and liking it. But how did he manage to do that when so many others couldn't? Well, many different shorts actually share the same factors. All you have to do is just watch one to understand the appeal. This short right here, titled Social Engineering, has every single one of these factors combined. So let's take a look at it and then I'll explain. Watch.
So when I worked at Blizzard, I had to do a social engineering task where I had to hit customer support, and I had to get 50 questions answered. And let me tell you, I got my questions answered. I shouldn't have. That was the problem. They're not supposed to answer those. And one of the things that I found that was really interesting is people that had been there for 1 year were really, really hard to trick. But people that had been there for 5 years were really easy to trick. What have we learned? We've learned that training is the issue. Everybody that actually worked at the company got training in their first year, and then they never got training again. So they became complacent, exactly. The director of CS came, and he said, I want the names. And I said, I'm not giving you the names. You're just going to fire those people. And he goes, I'm going to go to your boss. I was like, do it. My boss is like, you got the names? I was like, yeah. And he goes, you going to give them to him? And I was like,
I'm gonna do it. Well, my boss work at what? My dad is your boss. Try it.
no. And he goes, he's not going to give you the names, bud. And then I sat down and was like, look, I'm not giving you the names because if I did, you'd fire all of these people that are your best employees, the ones that have been here the longest. And in 4 years, you will have the exact same problem with the people that are newbies right now. The issue is not the employees, it's your training regimen. I sat down with him. We created a new 6-month training regimen. And guess what? I went back about a year later, did the same thing. All those people passed with flying colors. Not a single one of them answered my questions.
Here's the thing. He can do that because his dad works in Blizzard. You have to understand it. Anybody does that shit, he will get fired immediately. Now I kind of listen to it. It's not him being hero. It's him having a shield.
Well, there you have it. The deep voice, with the confidence and eloquence in his speech, as well as the whiteboard he was drawing on at the bottom that was meant to soothe any attention span issues Gen Z might have, was the perfect combination. Additionally, this story made him out to be a genius, but not just any genius, a noble genius who saved 8 employees from losing their jobs by standing up to the evil boss. And where did that boss work? At some unknown company? No, he worked at the grand, prestigious video game company, Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, that's right, this guy right here, talking in such an amazing, eloquent tone, worked at Blizzard Entertainment. And that's something he would make sure to mention any chance he got.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment.
Anyway, we'll get back to that later in the video, but for now, all you have to understand is that these shorts were extremely effective. Pirate Software had gone from 13,000 subscribers to 1 million before the year even ended. That's 2 months, going from 13,000 to 1.1 million. And over time, his shorts have racked up almost 2.3 billion views. A massive, astounding
he works in
achievement
Blizzard.
such a short amount of time. But YouTube wasn't the only platform that benefited. I mean, these shorts were highlights from his streams. So of course people went to those streams to see the real thing live. And so his Twitch channel went from 400 concurrent viewers to thousands. And within barely 3 months, he was at over 8,000 concurrent viewers. That's top 1% of the top 1%. Now look, of course you might think, well, there are bigger streamers out there, of course, but even those streamers must have gotten envious sometimes because of how loyal and supportive Pirate Software's community was. On December 2023, he would beat Twitch's hype train record. When enough people donate bits or gift subs, the hype train is activated, starting at level 1. While that's happening, a timer starts counting down to 0. If more people donate, the timer resets and they get to level 2. Pirate Software's community had gotten him to level 55.
Now we know that actually is fucking fake. He paid for the hype train.
And they discovered together that level 55 was actually the cap. No one had ever reached a hype train level this high on the entire platform. He had gotten over 7,000 subs and 1.8 million bits. If you don't know what this means, he had essentially made $50,000 in one stream. This guy's community was so unstoppable that it made everyone else be aware of his existence. So much so that he actually was able to get nominated to the Streamer Awards in December of 2023. He was barely getting viral, but this is just how influential he was in such a short span of time. But what I want you to understand here is that the Streamer Awards actually have way bigger streamers than Pirate Software in other category nominations. For example, like XQC or Kai Cenat. These streamers would of course send their own communities to go vote for them on the website, and they did so with no issues. But when Pirate Software sent his community to vote for him, they crashed the fucking website. No other content creator had even come close to crashing the website. So it goes without saying that he won the Best Software and Game Development Streamer Award in 2023. He wasn't just absolutely killing it.
You know what? Now I'm actually really pissed off. He's actually not software and game developers. He not exactly even one. He can't even distinguish the if statement and switch. If anyone does programming, they immediately know what the fuck is that. But if you guys don't, it's easy. It's basically something anyone who know programming, basic programming, they would know. He did a repeat mistake of that. So yes, and in some sense, you can say, in some sense, you can actually say Switch can do stuff like an if statement does, but it doesn't work. It's like, it can do it, doesn't mean you necessarily have to use it. But still, he does so many of those kind of things. I was like, fucking Vito is there! Vito is way more of a programmer than him! He won! Not Vito, Vedo. Depends how you're going to pronounce his name. The guy who made Neurosama. You know, the AI VTubers. You try to find Vedo. He programmed a AI VTuber himself that can play Minecraft. VEDAL. Or you can find the VTuber. He basically created like a AI VTuber, but obviously he is like behind the scene controlling and moderating the AI itself. But he basically run a program and then built it from ground up. I was like, holy shit, man. Yeah, the Quibble don't mention Quibble. I never recognized Quibble as the VTubers. Don't fucking like line him into one. Like I say again, Vito made his own AI. He programmed it, he did everything, he made the servers, he made all the interactive stuff, like the AI can interact with the chat and everything. Like, he made everything. He implements so many things. Alright, then. Good night, Kiray. So,
Night.
yeah, this
Bye-bye.
is... In that particular streamer award, Vedo is in there. Compete with Pirate Software. He lost. He fucking lost to him. A guy who don't even know switch statement is. I didn't do too much programming. I'm a mechatronic engineer. I only know how to do I/O programming, C++. Even I know that. I was like, motherfucker. Now I am angry for Vito. Here's the thing. Pirate Software hit his hype train thingy. You know what? After he hit his hype train, Vettel broke his hype train. And then after next week, he immediately broke his hype train. But Pirate Software a newest scandal is basically he bought his fucking hype train. So he used his own money to break Vito naturally occur fucking hype train. Just to one-up him. I don't watch Neurosama, but I recognize that guy know his stuff. You know? Anyone watch Zentreya, you realize that Zentreya TTS system has been improved a lot, and then she can have accents on the voice and thingy. Vettel did that. Technically not Vettel. Vettel and some other Zentreya usual programmer kind of work together to fix the TTS delay and stuff. This fucker won over him.
The guy was speedrunning being a content creator, getting to 1 million subs, getting hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitch, winning streamer awards, and
being a mechatronic engineering is my 9 years ago occupations. I haven't touched that shit for so long. It's already been deleted in that. If you ask me anything math question like DXDY, I can't actually help you. I can't do derivative anymore. My brain is just blank.
beating records when it came to donations on Twitch. So of course, I say this with no exaggeration, the sky was the limit and the guy was barely getting started. If he could achieve that in just a couple of months, what could he achieve in years? Would he become a legend? Achieve stardom? Either way, he was unstoppable until he wasn't. And he had no one to blame but himself. The first incident that would begin his cataclysmic downfall was, in the most ironic way possible, in a world.
What do you expect? What do you expect? You don't have fucking mana!
World of Warcraft dungeon. Yes, Blizzard.
If you have 3 apples in hand, how many arrange did say eat if she ate some amount of as Pedro? You mean like Pedro Pascal or just what? In my brain right now, every single time I see Pedro, I would just immediately recognize Pedro Pascal. I actually used to have a YCH. Let me try to bring this up. This is Pedro Cast. YCH is YCH is what in the artist lingo, when you do art commissions, you have a few artist lingo. One is called skep, one is called YCH. Even I took a while to actually understand it. YCH is your character here. So you basically create like a blank characters that don't have hair. Maybe sometimes they don't even have face. They just have the body posing there. And then anyone can buy that post. And then I will draw that pose in there. Kind of somewhat similar of what I'm doing right now. I'm basically plastered like the, you know. yeah, I'm basically like plaster like a character post. Hold on. So I'm basically like plastering a character post like from here to here. Obviously, I'm not like just copy and paste. I have my own stuff going on there. But yeah, you kind of can see this. By the way, I'm drawing Kiray. And then Skep is basically surprise me commissions. So you commission the people, and obviously you call silent artist, man. So Skep is like random, and then raffle is basically just like, you know, spin the wheel, collect people name who get free artwork. Raffle is like somewhat of like a, you know, a free marketing to help you like imagine you have this like YCH like you want to make, or like you have like an idea of like a certain type of like art style you want to like draw, but you don't know you need like a little bit of like people know that you are doing this kind of things, so you start a raffle. So people would like try their best to like, you know, usually when it comes to raffle, it's like, hey, you have to like, you have to like reply, you have to share to actually like to get into the raffle list. And then you get like a free if you like get selected from the spin the wheel, you get like free art, those kind of things. For me, I just straight up do free art for 2 people without asking. I'm a fucking bad businessman. Do not copy me, okay? I literally have a hashtag my friend gave me is Kiray, you're the worst businessman I've ever seen. Okay, let's continue watching the video. Yeah, go forward a little bit on this.
Entertainment, most ironic. The first incident that would begin his cataclysmic downfall was in the most ironic way possible in a World of Warcraft dungeon. Yes, Blizzard Entertainment's biggest game of all time. And it would become his worst nightmare. Guys, I don't think World of Warcraft needs any introduction, okay? It came out in 2004 and revolutionized gaming forever. Many games tried to copy it, many games tried to compete with it, they all died, and this game is still alive today in 2025. Now, throughout the years, it has received many different expansions, 9 in total. And while they would add more content, quests, story, sometimes new races, sometimes new classes, some of them would also permanently alter the game's fundamental mechanics. In other words, the game that you're playing now in 2025 is vastly different from the game that you would have played on release day. One could even go as far as saying that they're completely different games at this point. Seeing that so many people's most meaningful gaming experience while they were growing up was World of Warcraft, a lot of them yearned for nostalgia. A lot of them wanted to relive those days when all they had to do was worry about mechanics from 10 or even 15 years ago. This would result in the rise of WoW private servers, unofficial servers ran by fans in which they would use old versions of the game. At some point, Blizzard would start taking down some of the most popular private servers and would cause community outrage, with many asking Blizzard directly, well, why are you going to take them down, seeing that there's demand for them if you're not going to make one of your own? And so they took their sweet time, but eventually, in the year 2019, they would launch World of Warcraft Classic, bringing back World of Warcraft exactly how it was back during patch 1.12.1 of September 2006, before the launch of the first ever expansion. It would run in parallel to the normal World of Warcraft of today and would slowly re-release its expansions, allowing people to relive them once more. In the summer of 2020...
Oh, do you guys know this like World of Warcraft like classic, like the Only Fang thingy? I has my suspicions, and everyone have the same fucking idea. Okay? Pirate Software, pissed off that he got kicked off and then all this drama happened to him. He keep DDoS every single time they do like keep using his audience, like his viewer, to DDoS the shit out of the servers every single time they do a big raid, and fucking kill the entire gang, the entire OnlyFang. Man, this guy's fucking evil.
23, World of Warcraft Classic would release the Hardcore Realms game mode. These are separate servers from normal ones in which you can create a new character, but if you die, you lose that character forever, hence why it was called Hardcore. And this is where Sodapoppin comes in, a streamer that has been streaming for over a decade now. In his early days, he was a popular World of Warcraft streamer, and when he saw the announcement of World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, he would create a Hardcore streamer guild in October 2023, in which he and a bunch of other big streamers would try their best to level up their character to level 60 without dying, and eventually also try to do endgame content. It was a big success, so at the end of 2024, he decided to launch.
He tell his audience to do it. You say it's not actively malicious at that point. Because all the drama, he also like ruined the entire like. Is there like a? I remember there's like a different Yeah, basically like, DDoS the shit out of the place. I say again, like the OnlyFans stuff. After like all the drama, and then he got kicked out. After he got kicked out, you know. The OnlyFans, every single time they do a big fucking raid, they will get a DDoS attack. After the entire Pirate Software fiasco. I wonder. You can't see me scratching my chin. I'm just scratching my chin.
Launch Season 2. This time, better and bigger than ever before. The amount of streamers that participated in this Season 2 was insane. There are streamers here who had never even played World of Warcraft, that were huge in games that they played. Some were League of Legends pros, some were Counter-Strike pros. I mean, the list went on. It was an astounding amount of people. And of course, one of the many, many big streamers that had joined OnlyFans was none other than Pirate Software. Seeing that he had built such a massive influence over the year of 2024, adding him to the guild was seen as a net positive. It was seen as a good thing, until one day, it wasn't. The maximum level you could reach in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore was level 60, and getting there, just by itself, is already an ordeal that lasts dozens of hours and sees you try your best to not die. Now, Dire Maul is a dungeon that you can only access if you're level 58 at the minimum, and its appeal is the amount of great gear that it drops. Dungeons are typically ran by 5 people, so Pirate Software and 4 other streamers decided to take this on in order to get better gear. Now usually, when you're in a dungeon or a raid, there's always a team leader, someone who calls the shots. It's a very stressful role, especially in a raid when you're managing a couple dozen people, and it's even crazier in hardcore World of Warcraft because whatever you decide might affect the accounts of the people playing. One wrong move and they lose dozens of hours of progress, and it's all on you. I'm saying this because I want you to bear in mind that Pirate Software is not the group leader here. But as silly as this sounds, the beginning of Pirate Software's downfall was because of this dungeon and what you're about to see here. The YouTuber Dev, otherwise known as Short Fat Otaku, great name by the way, combined the perspectives of everyone who was streaming in the dungeon minus one person. One of them was Pirate Software on the top right. As you're watching this, you're going to hear the team leader say, "Run." In World of Warcraft dungeons or raids, this means retreat, but help each other retreat. Not every man for himself, don't care about your teammates. You're meant to stick around, try your best to outmaneuver the enemies while making sure your teammates also make it out with you. But as you might guess, that's not what happened here at all. Watch.
God damn
Run,
it.
run.
Just run. Guitar, are you dummy?
Alright, so he said run. The team tries their best to make sure that they all get out together. Look at Pirate Software.
Also, are you fine? Any grenades, anything?
What do you fucking expect? I don't have mana!
Heal him.
Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
What's on me? Sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help lot. Yeah.
You shouldn't drink coffee at 1 a.m. You should just go to sleep.
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look
This
at
is
my mana.
savageable. Come on,
Innervate you?
man.
Kill the. Kill.
So his teammate told him, Pirate, why are you walking, bro? This is salvageable. Come on, man. He doesn't care. He keeps running all by himself.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate,
Kill the
innervate,
mastiffs.
innervate.
Innervate the
Use
healer.
Nova,
Kill,
bro,
kill the
come on.
mastiffs. We got
He
this.
heals.
In a sense of.
Or something?
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill
I can
the
do fucking
mastiffs.
thing.
One shot. Okay, we
More
Look at my
than the
mana.
way, more than the
Right
way.
now. The mastiffs can be ice novas.
Now we're gonna wait.
What do you expect? My mana!
Get out.
Run, run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last
How much mana is
moment
ice?
as well.
There's no that much mana.
You have a boss in you. You called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck. Wait.
Anything for me?
I can-
Snuppy. Oh,
I
no.
don't think I cannot stun him. Also,
No,
good.
just run out, run out.
So, that sounded like a massive fuck up, didn't it?
Yes, it did, short fat otaku. Bear in mind, Pirate Software's excuse here was, I have no mana, I can't help you, when he clearly had 2 items in his inventory that could bring back up his mana. He could have totally helped and saved his 2 teammates that ended up dying, losing all their progress. This was a disaster. One of his teammates, Yamato, on the left here, confronted him and was asking him what happened, like what's going on? And this was what Pirate Software had to say right after the fact.
You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As much
back.
as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
I'm not angry at all. I'm
You
not angry at all.
overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources. You overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
So 2 of his teammates pretty much lost everything. He very clearly ran on his own when he could have just said, you know what, look, yes, I panicked, I screwed up, my bad, sorry. But he instead decides to blame his entire team except for himself. It was your guys' fault for pulling in the enemies. It was your guys' fault for calling run in the middle of a fight. It was your guys' fault for this and that. This was very weird behavior. I mean, this is just a game. And he was acting like if he apologized, he would be committing a cardinal sin or something. It made his teammates very uncomfortable to the point where the guild leader had to step in. Now, Soda Poppin was initially the guild leader, but then, unexpectedly, he dueled Tyler 1.
Yeah, the unbearable sound. It's not that he have good voice, it's the way he speaks. You know? I never do fucking wrong. Even say like, I'm sorry that you are angry. Man, what the fuck? Yeah, the fuck?
Who had leveled up to level 60 and became a very important member of the guild in a fight that would determine who the new guild master would be. What no one was expecting, though, was that Tyler 1 would beat Soda Poppin, becoming the guild master. Seeing that this was becoming a big guild issue, he had to step in and brought both Yamato and
I still see this is like the most fucking hilarious thing. Either it's staged or I don't know. I still believe Tyler 1 is basically just like a guy who can fall off from a plane and somehow fucking survive without any scratch. Well, that's the thing. Like, Pirate Software have a very obnoxious kind of like personalities. It kind of show in that particular side. It started from there. People started to realize that, oh, this guy is not trying. You know, like when people trying to become a content creators, okay, we all trying to become a content creator. We have like those kind of like bits we do, right? So it's like in what situation we'll try to either annoy the chat or like do something or just have a like a wrestler personalities. And sometimes people would see like oh, this guy play like the overconfident personality sometimes, and after this they realize that holy fuck, this guy is not pretend to be like a overconfident asshole. He is an overconfident asshole.
And Pirate Software into a call in order to squash the beef once and for all. The result? A catastrophe. Watch.
What do you want, man?
Let me say it again.
He already said his piece.
Pirate.
Go on.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear
I
God.
want to speak to him because I didn't speak to him correctly. I said it again. We all did mistakes, bro. Like I didn't say, we are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero
You see the point?
accountability, dude. Everyone can do something better.
you-
But when you open up and
No,
you yell
you-
over another
no,
person
listen,
like you
can
were doing
I
earlier,
speak?
nah, I'm good.
You
See ya. I'm not doing that shit again with him. Nah, he did it the first time. I'm not doing it a second one. Not interested.
I mean, this is so weird. Yamato was being as mature as possible here, saying, listen, this was all our fault. We're not blaming you. We just want you to admit, just like we've admitted, that we all screwed up, and he couldn't even say that. Leaving the call like an immature, disrespectful baby as Yamato was talking. This not only rubbed his dungeon teammates the wrong way, it rubbed the entire OnlyFans guild as well as the viewers the wrong way. As criticism was mounting, Pirate Software was for the first time confronting massive controversy coming his way. At any point in time, he could have just simply apologized and moved on. Instead, he only chose to double down, playing the victim and saying that other
This
streamers and
pattern of
OnlyFans
double
just
down.
want to cause problems with him for no reason whatsoever.
Content is causing drama and problems. There's a lot of streamers actually in this guild that want to cause problems specifically with me and have even stated so publicly on their Twitch, saying that they want to have a fight with me for content. That's not content. That's dog shit. Ridiculous. Keep it. Not gonna
I
be part of it.
wish I can use you as a
I mean,
content.
seriously, why would people just want to
But I'm not a
attack you
commentator
unprovoked for
VTuber.
no reason whatsoever? What a cruel world we live in. The bulk of these events would unfold from January 10th to January 12th, 2025. By that time, Pirate Software would have received so much criticism, so much hate, that he felt compelled
Yeah, like here's the thing, it's like this. Especially in Malaysia, everyone is fucking racist. We are so racist to the point that we joke about racism. Like we don't see too much of the issues, but sometimes we kind of like too nonchalant on it to the point. You know, like we are so nonchalant on racism to a point that it kind of like went overboard sometimes. So yeah, it can happen to people. For me, I can tell you one thing. I may or may not still racist. And may or may not, really depends. It's like, I was born in a household, not my parent, not my family, but my other branch of family is really, really racist. And I grew up learning lots of things with them. And back then, I don't know the thing I say is fucking racism. Until I go to internet and start playing MMORPG with peoples. And, ooh, I learned that the hard way. And I would say, like, sometimes I might still say some really racist stuff without knowing. Because, like, this thing, I definitely don't know sometimes the things I say actually is racism. It will happen to lots of people. Like, here's the thing. Do you know the word banana is actually a racist word? Calling, like, any Asian persons that only know how to speak English, don't know how to speak their own native language, or, like, their own racial language. It is a racism term. It basically implies you are the yellow on the outside, white in the inside. Yeah, it's basically just that. It basically just any colors on the outside, but white in the inside. Banana is actually an insult, but we use it so fucking much to the point we thought it's a normal sentence at this point. Even we, like, anyone have that thing happen to them, they will still refer to themselves as banana. So here's the thing, like I say again, like, lots of times that the way we view stuff is just so fucking different sometimes the things we say is actually really racist. We don't know. And we find it hilarious to use it too. Ironically. Like again, we are at the stage that try to think about this, like everyone being bro and just insult each other's for jab is just, we just find it hilarious. We are just in that bro cultures. But in reality, if we just go outside to a Western world, talk like that, everyone immediately will be like, they find everything racist. That's the thing. No. You have to understand this one thing. We come to an equal term. We can be racist to each other. That's how Asians see most. I won't say represent most of Asian, but especially Malaysians. We already have an equal term. If you insult me in a Chinese racism, I will insult you back in your racism. Everyone have their own stereotype. We stay on our lane. Just don't go too far. That is fine. It's just basically Malaysian in a nutshell. But either way, let's continue watching this.
To post a software would unfold from January 10th to January 12th, 2025. By that time, Pirate Software would have received so much criticism, so much hate, that he felt compelled to post a long tweet explaining his point of view on Twitter, saying, "To those trying to character assassinate me online for a bad pull in Dire Mall WoW hardcore, this is hardcore."
No, people didn't character assassinate you. People accurately depict you, Pirate Software.
Or WoW, and a lot is on the line when you step into a dungeon. Here is a light breakdown of the last 24 hours. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple packs with the boss. The shot caller made the call to run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we had opted to skip it previously, which is never a good thing. Communication was completely broken throughout this, and it was our second time failing the dungeon. Everyone played poorly, and 2 people ultimately lost their characters for it. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I have never once said I was perfect in my play, nor that I was a god gamer. I'm just an ex-Blizzard employee that has played Mage for a long time. To pin that on a single person is absurd at best,
Yeah, I'm
and if
just
you're
an
calling
ex-Blizzard
for death
employee.
and cancellation over it, you're too invested in this content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationships you've sullied will be permanent. Hope it was worth it for you. To those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. This too shall pass. Do not attack anyone else on my behalf.
Imagine like this, every single time. Here's the thing, sometimes I meet some new people. I want to, like, you know, do some awareness stuff, like talk about my medical conditions. I would sometimes, most of the time I actually rarely talk about them, but unless some people really does ask, and then I go in depth about it, because it's a good it's a good thing to like spread awareness of this kind of like bullshit happen to people. But here's the thing, imagine every single time I blame my disability as an issue. Every single fucking time I will just mention my disabilities. That would be fucking annoying. And this guy mentioned like Blizzard is like mentioned every single time he had fucking cancer for everything. Blame everything on the fucking cancer. This one is blame everything. He just a Blizzard employee for some reason. He's a nepo hired. Essentially, he is. This is why, here's the thing. I can actually, technically, work in my brother's company. He is a company owner. I can technically become a Nepo hired and work in there. I can do bare minimum work. I choose not to because I know how fucked up being a Nepo hired is. And I don't want to be a leech to my brother. As I'm already kind of is. I don't want to leech more. Oh shoot, I steal your shit? I eat your pancake? Oh, I'm a Blizzard employee, by the way. Oh shoot, I hit your car? Hey, I'm a Blizzard employee, by the way.
I've always hated that kind of behavior. I have no intention of stopping making things or
Oh, I crashed your servers? Anyway, I'm a Blizzard employee.
not doing stuff as I have already been. Those who are banned will stay so. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction behavior in our community before, and I will not be changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will stay banned, we had a 10-hour-long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats regularly throughout it all. People called for me to be killed both in-game and out-of-game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about our ferret rescue or that we somehow hurt animals. They tried to spread rumors saying I was convicted of felonies and many other things. The internet hate machine will not
at this point he did.
The community that supports me.
Like,
see you in WoW.
He keeps saying like people falsely accuse him. Now we know everything is actually right. People didn't falsely accuse him. That is like flat out true.
Or tomorrow. So this was posted on January 13th, 2025. And while he did admit that everyone in the group made mistakes, including himself, it truly didn't feel genuine. It seemed like it was absolutely impossible.
Here's the thing. I fucking hate Blizzard because they kill Hero of the Storm. Yes, I also fucking hate Activision too. Yes, I hate fucking Bobby Kotick too. They kill fucking Hero of the Storm. I was training to become a esport player to play fucking Hero of the Storm. And then Bobby Kotick be like, you know what? Hey, we are at the finalists, right? Cancel the entire championship. We have no more tournament for Hero of the Storm. We have no more tournament for StarCraft. We would just bank in everything in this like Overwatch League. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
For him to just say,
you know, everyone in the Hero of the Storm team, they are completely separate branch from the Blizzard people. Like anything that happened in Blizzard one is actually happened in the team in World of Warcraft. It's just it's just like the all the heinous stuff is happening in World of Warcraft side. The department. The Hero of the Storm did nothing wrong. Almost. Maybe there are a few. Who knows? But still. Most of the branch generally have no issues. The only place that have most like issues is actually in the World of Warcraft side. And the business side. You know, like the business department, the market department, all those kind of place. It's not the dev team having issues. Well, technically, like again, the dev team who have issues is the World of Warcraft side. You know, the Cosby suite and everything. So, yeah.
hey, I'm sorry, I misplayed. He just couldn't do it. Someone pointed that out, saying, where's the I messed up? And Pirate Software said, apparently you have no idea how to read, hope this helps, highlighting the paragraph in which he said, each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. Again, it was worded in a disingenuous way. He just couldn't take individual accountability here, no matter what. The top comment was a WoW streamer known by Joker D saying, just take the L, it's not that hard, to which Pirate Software said, hope this was worth it for you. So overall, this entire response didn't really help him at all. And even if it did, he would single-handedly ruin any progress it might have had in the coming days. He would double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, and eventually sextuple down, only to call OnlyFans a content guild built on hate.
And a lot of it was from a rogue that was bitching the entire time about every goddamn thing that was going on except for his own play. But the mage is the one at fault because the mage is the hero class and the mage has to do everything perfectly. Everyone in that played badly. The druid butt-pulled an extra pack on the way out. The tank chose to take us into a bad route through the entirety of the dungeon, pull 2 packs and the boss at the same time. I, as the mage, went into that fight with 40% mana, tried to use my resources, used them poorly, and got myself out when the call was made to run, which, by the way, was made by them as well. Everyone played badly. In fact, the only person who didn't was the healer. And I explained that in the Twitter post, but no one wants to hear that shit. Because they want it to be a double down, a triple down, a quadruple down. They want to have a villain. They want to have an enemy. They want to fight that shit into the ground. They want to send death threats to people over it. Because they're goddamn insane. Because this guild has turned into a content guild built on hate, not a content guild built on experiences. Because they're freaking monsters, dude.
It's just crazy how we got to this point and we're not even halfway through this drama, and all he had to really realistically do was look at the camera and say, you know what? I'm sorry. We all...
Yes. Yes, ironically. Yeah, I feel bad. Like, here's the thing, like, I still find it very fucking weird that Microsoft decided not to do anything with the Hero of the Storm IP. Like, before, like, the shutdown of Hero of the Storm, they were actually doing great. The player count is actually increasing more and more every single event they have. It's like, it's getting traction. People actually start getting tired of Hero of the Storm. Not Hero of the Storm. League of Legends or like Dota. And then a lot more people go to play Hero of the Storm because it's fun. It's not like a very like sweaty game. Unless you go to Quick Play. Man, Quick Play is like, gosh dang. just don't mention Quick Play. But still, the system is actually really fair and fun to play. Like, you can have clutch. You can have lots of things happen in there. Like, even you play like a full team of useless people, you can somehow win. Long as you play well. Like, heck, I still remember so fucking well that time I played as Moradin. You know, like the Jack-o'-lantern one? Like, you have to like take over the towers, and then the tower like will like do damage to your core, right? So we are losing. We only have that 1 health left. We are supposed to lose. All my friend gave up, and I see them like, because like you can go to like the boss field and then kill the boss and then do an additional blast, and then we are done. They are already halfway fighting the boss. I was like, no, we can do this! And then I as a Muradin, I jumped in, stunned the shit out of everyone, steal the kill, and then kill 3 of them. And then my friend's like, oh shit, this is salvageable. And then we just keep going at it. And then they start to like panic and then trickle in. They just come in one by one. We keep killing them. And then we got all their towers and everything. We got everything, and then we win. We are supposed to fucking lose, but we win. They have really like freaking like 17 health. We only have 1 health left. We're supposed to be fucking losing. I'm still so... Oh! I still remember that stage so much. Yeah. But again, it's dead. The server, no people is playing anymore. Bobby called to kill it. Microsoft didn't even want to revive it. Like, heck, if they give Reyna a Master Chief Halo skin, shit tons of people would play that game. Like, just put, like, Microsoft stuff in there. Everyone will fucking play that game. Man, if anyone work in Microsoft, just let them know that Hero of the Storm is still a functionable IP in there. A lot of people play it. Dota, because a Hero of the Storm died, Dota actually copied their talent system and then just put it in their game. They just flat out copy the talent system that Hero of the Storm have. And just copy and paste it in their things. And then now they got more popular because they have that thing now. League of Legends stole like 90% of the stuff from Dawngate after Dawngate closed down. This means one thing: Dawngate is supposed to be a fucking like functionable like MOBA game. EA suddenly said, nope, we can't compete to it. Then why does League of Legends copy everything Dawngate have? Man. I don't play League of Legends. Strangely. After the rune system got revamped, when I say rune system got revamped, I mean like the very, very early days where you have to grind and then get like this rune stone, you have to slot it into this tree, and then you get like maybe like increase your health, increase your AP damage. That era, I stopped playing ever since that era ended. Man, I was fucking old now. I can't remember that was like 10 years ago more than. Heck, it's like 15 years ago. Holy shit. Not even 15 years. Oh, 17 years ago. Man, holy shit, like, League of Legends is a fucking long game. Imagine it managed to survive this long. Yeah, I'm 30 years old, so yeah. While I was still teenagers, Dota 2, around the time there's like Dota, the rumor Dota 2 that almost never came out around that time, and Hero of New Earth, and League of Legends. And also, like, there's another one. I forgot what they call it again. I totally do not have the memory of that one. Actually, I don't really like that one. And then there's, like, the DC Universe one. And then there's Dawngate. Man, I really miss Dawngate. I love Dawngate, but too bad. It has such a good system. You know, Dawngate is the one that established like the role system there. Back in the days, there's no role system in all the MOBA game, and Dawngate is the first MOBA that have like role system. And EA is worked by EA, but EA suddenly closed down the entire department because they thought they can't like compete with Dota. And League of Legends, like after a few months, copy and paste everything Dawngate created to their game. And then League of Legends become even more famous because of that. Yeah.
All misplayed, yes, but I screwed up by running away the way I did. I had 2 items that could have restored my mana so I could help the 2 people who died, but I just simply panicked and ran away. And so even though we all misplayed, I just want to say I'm sorry for my play. But no, it was too hard for him. Guys, he worked at Blizzard, and Blizzard employees simply don't make mistakes. That's a given. As Pirate Software was too busy playing the victim.
Let's roll front a little bit to hear that.
Not a content guild built on experiences. Because they're freaking monsters, dude.
It's just crazy how we got to this point, and we're not even halfway through this.
Yeah, you guys are like the... I won't really say iPad era. It's more like... I don't know why. Weirdly, a lot of people actually don't use... Like, younger than me, like, around, like, 10 years younger than me. Or, like, just, like, 5 years younger than me people. They all using phone, using iPad, all those kind of stuff. They don't know how to turn on the fucking computers. Man. And then I don't want to talk about this one too much. Basically, I studied degree in engineering, but while I was like 4.0, I overworked myself to the point I fainted twice. And just because I have so many incompetent people I have to carry, they always, in the middle of the night, before we are going to like report progression to the lectures, they will call me and say, bro, I didn't finish this thing. How do we deal with that? Just fucking let me know early. Now I have to stay up all night just do. I already stay up all night to do all your work. Now you want me to do the other work. Motherfuckers. Basically, they just keep wasting my time on lots of things. I just keep fixing all that shit. I didn't manage to do my things because they keep messing everything up. So I end up can't finish my things. When the lecturer asks like why my part is not finished yet, there's like one MIA guy jump out and say like, oh, we abandoned that part. It's not a doable things. And he proceed to praise other people who finished their work. Technically, I'm the one who fixed all the things. But around the time, I was really sick because, again, the reason why I can't finish mine, because I overworked myself to the point that I'm just like super duper non-functionable. I'm so tired to the point that when I got thrown under the bus, I do not know how to react. I'm too tired to react. And after that, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just not going to study engineering. And then, quit engineering. Afterward, I just went to study 3D animations. Yeah. Here's the thing. There's so many type of 4.0 student from what I see. There's one that trying their hardest just to get 4.0 so they can get like the, like honor student status. And they can like waiver their kind of like the money they spend on like studying. And then there's like the second kind, the bookworm. They basically the 4.0 they have is fake. It's fucking fake. Do you know why? Because they just study and memorize everything, answer all the things in the answer sheet, and answer everything in the answer sheet, and then proceed to forget after they finish the exam. And when they actually need to use it in practical, they have zero idea how to do it properly at all because they forgot everything. Fake 4.0 students. And then there's like the practical 4.0 student like me. I basically just like apply all the knowledge I have and work my ass off to actually like to be a 4.0 student. I have to keep saving people ass to the point that I don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, 4.0 students basically when you study like college and university in the future is basically like if you have a grading system like 2 point. If you get 1 point, you fucking fail at everything. So you basically just got kicked out of school at that point. But there's like 2 point student, there's like 3 point student, there's like 4 point student. It's basically a CGPA accumulation point. My CGPA back then is like 4.0 as an engineering student. So yeah, perfect score students. But I have to maintain that for like 3 semesters to be officially be considered as honor student. So, it's so difficult to keep that up. Hey, hold on a little bit. I don't know why I can't hear you.
No, I'm not talking.
Because I see your character moving.
Oh. Ooh.
Hello there. We are watching Pirate Software.
Pirate Software.
Do you know who that fucker is?
Let me see.
The guy who worked in Blizzard.
Yeah, with Tim Blizzard that made his own game, which flopped.
He cannot like admit wrong, and apparently he called himself a Blizzard employee that worked for like 7 years, the authority of being a gamer, for being a game dev, that do not understand what an if statement and a switch statement is. Now, how much do you know about programming?
I don't know.
It's basically like if statement and switch statement is something that anyone that learned the most basic stuff, like imagine you try to draw a circle, yeah, that's the most basic stuff, right? He don't even know how to do that.
That's in programming?
Yes. And worst thing is, like, in Streamer Award, game dev kind of like on the game dev category, he won. Do you know who Vito is?
Yeah.
He
Vito.
compete against Vito and win. A guy who don't even know the basic of programming.
Huh.
Vito made his own fucking AI.
Yeah, but like, that's the problem.
Basically, he lied his
Like,
way
even made
up to
his
the
own
top.
AI. Oh.
He lied his way up to the top.
Oh.
Yeah, he basically just like he tried to like mask his like miscoding as a AMG. If you guys don't know what an AMG is, not any manga key.
Yeah, I know.
It's basically it's just code hidden in there, so you can find like funny is it called AMG? I kind of forgot. It's basically it's like code have a hidden meaning. He put it in there. Expect that it's some 1000 IQ move. He code badly on purpose.
That doesn't sound.
So people can find like Easter egg inside the code. But everyone study his code is like, this is just, you just code wrong.
This is the wrong code. Okay, I see.
Yes, it is. But he framed it as like he did some like tiny like special Easter egg inside the false code. So people would notice. Yeah, everyone noticed, huh? Okay, let's continue watch this.
And all he had to really realistically do was look at the camera and say, you know what? I'm sorry. We all misplayed, yes, but I screwed up by running away the way I did. I had 2 items that could have restored my mana so I could help the 2 people who died, but I just simply panicked and ran away. And so even though we all misplayed, I just want to say I'm sorry for my play. But no, it was too hard for him. Guys, he worked at Blizzard, and Blizzard employees simply don't make mistakes. That's a given.
What the fuck you can
As
do?
Pirate Software was too busy playing the victim, a clip of the streamer Lucari surfaced in which he was doing a dungeon with Pirate Software. You see, Lucari is someone who had never played World of Warcraft up until this point. He was playing a mage, just like Pirate, but he was kind of having a hard time keeping up with everything going on. Here's how Pirate treated him. I'm sure you can tell from the title. Pirate Software bullying a totally new player to the game. Pathetic, dude. Watch.
You basically have to evocate to get your mana back for the next pull. Ugh.
Reminded me, sorry, I don't play the game, so I forgot. If you remind me, I can help you out real quick.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party, right, Chad? If only someone else would cast Arcane. If only.
Can't really keep wishing for things that just aren't here, though.
That's true. That's true. Can't wish for the rogue. Can't wish for another mage to cast Arcane in.
Yeah.
Brother, may I have some oats? Oh, since we have 2 mages, we could probably poly the ads.
Wait, we have 2 mages. Oh, man.
Yeah, I can poly.
Here I've been the only one casting Arcane in. Incredible.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's wild, right?
God, even reality TV can't recreate such an awkward moment, man. Just ruining the whole vibe.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Chat.
Hey,
Because this is the thing, Silent. That guy is an asshole. He behaved like an asshole. Like I say again, there are people who, being a content creator, they act like an asshole only. You can see it clear as a day. He just try his best to act like an asshole because it's a fun thing to do. But this guy, he is legitly an asshole. Try to think this. After this video, there's a later news. This guy was in a charity game. He lost, and he fucking lost it, crash out to his team. It's a charity game. They only play it for people to donate and put something, bet who win this and that, that stuff. Still, at the end, the money is still going to flow to the charity. Win or loss is still fucking same. Now, this guy fucking crashed out.
Hey man, I'm new to the game, so if you want me to help with Arcane, just let me know. Recreate such an awkward moment, man. Just ruining the whole vibe.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party.
Oops.
Right, Chat.
Hey man, I'm new to the game, so if you want me to help with Arcane, just let me know. Remind me. Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the game, right, chat? Oh, we have two mages. Oh, I didn't know that. All that in the face of a new player who was being nothing but nice, honestly. And yet Pirate Software had the gall to complain about being bullied by other content creators when he was literally doing that to someone as innocent as Lakari. The culmination of all this would force Sodapoppin to take the decision of kicking Pirate Software from OnlyFans, pinging everyone in the OnlyFans Discord and saying this: yes, I made a decision to kick Pirate. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may have not felt
Nobody is
way,
fucking comfortable around
I've
him.
seen some clips today from him quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point. I think I'm making the right decision, but still I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on, in my opinion. Stay safe, gamers. So look, at the end of the day, in World of Warcraft in general, when you're in a raid or dungeon, you have to trust every single member on your team to make sure that not only you complete the raid or dungeon, but that you also survive. This also applies on a way bigger scale in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, because one bad teammate can cost you the account that you've put dozens or even hundreds of hours in. And people just couldn't trust someone who couldn't take any accountability like Pirate Software. As soon as things would have gone wrong, he would have probably just ran for his life and said he had no mana again. And not many people really felt sorry for him because at the end of the day, he was the embodiment of this meme. No one was forcing him to sextuple down. No one was forcing him to bully a new player. The only person who was shooting themselves in the foot with a shotgun was none other than Pirate Software. At this point, Jason Thor Hall, otherwise known as Pirate Software, was slowly but surely becoming a
Oh, I hope you can see this. Let me remove it, and then hold on. I'm showing this to Silence. I think you can actually see this thing. I'm roaching. Here's what you need to know. I have no mana. I waste it all on purpose. What do you want me to do? I work at Blizzard.
I worked at Blizzard. Oh my god.
I work at fucking Blizzard. Blizzard! Yeah, this is why I read it for you.
It's about the only thing he
lolcow,
brags
but
about.
he had no idea. But that was normal, because fundamentally speaking, a lolcow is never aware that they're a lolcow. Look, there are a lot of definitions of what a lolcow is, but if I had to sum it up, well, it would be very simple. It's someone who simply embodies the worst of the worst when it comes to human traits, but they would be constantly convinced that they are the perfect human being, never able to admit fault, and never willing to even when they know that they're in the wrong. This by itself becomes very entertaining, and there are many examples. They come in all shapes, sizes, and even colors. And the mage who ran out of mana was about to join their ranks imminently. All he had to do to avoid this fate was just fucking apologize, man. But he just couldn't. In fact, what he ended up doing was maybe one of the cringiest things in this entire video. I genuinely can't believe that someone in his 30s said this, but I mean, watch this yourself. You'll know what I mean.
I didn't get this deep. Stop feeding into it. All of the accounts that are messaging me are getting reported. There's a funny fact about this. I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. There's a whole lot of other people there that still know me. And all of these reports are going directly to them. They're well aware of the situation. Everybody who's messaging me, they're going to get read. It's kind of a dumbass thing to do. And I can't wait for all of them to get banned. Yep.
Yeah, so all you guys whispering me right now with these threats, well, guess what? My dad works at Nintendo, and I'm going to tell him personally about every single one of you. So good job. See you later. It's like, bro, if they're sending you death threats, you really just have to report them in game, and I'm sure something will happen. You don't have to actually bother your Blizzard alumni. This clip was on January 14th. And guys, I swear to you, I am constantly impressed by how ironic life can be. I don't think we live in a simulation, but sometimes I do get the feeling because some things are just so perfect in comedic timing, you'd think that there was someone writing a script. One day after this clip came out, Pirate Software was streaming the game Ashes of Creation during its second alpha. This is an MMORPG similar to World of Warcraft, and it also has raids as well as dungeons. During a raid, Pirate Software would wipe the entire team. You would kill everyone single-handedly by pulling in the wrong unit. What would be his first reaction? Well, watch for yourself.
Sabu is not paying attention.
He pulled in the enemy.
Sabu.
And he died.
God damn it, guys.
Oh, no, who pulled the ocular?
So one of you pulled the ocular. Why?
Why? You
Now
did
half
it.
the raid is dead.
You have to ask
Was there a
yourself.
reason for that?
Damn.
Oh,
I
reminds me
swear,
of back
it
in the days
is
when I was a
so
kid.
funny knowing that he
I'm
was the
playing
one who
Rappos.
pulled the ocular.
Oh
This
shit!
is also another
I'm
thing with
fucking bad
lolcows.
player.
They are unintentionally hilarious. Pirate Software here was genuinely pissed, okay? He genuinely was livid. But knowing that he was the one who caused the wipe is so fucking funny. It showed people that World of Warcraft wasn't an isolated case. He was doing this in Ashes of Creation and would very easily do this a third time somewhere else. It was him. He was the issue here. And his lack of accountability was astounding. But you know what else is astounding? His ability to keep digging himself in deeper holes. During this whole fiasco, Joker D would talk about Pirate Software and would call him out.
I honestly fuck Pirate Software. Like, straight up, bro, this dude... This dude is a complete fraud. At least in the WoW space, I don't care if he worked for fucking Blizzard. The guy probably made fucking coffee for some devs. I don't even believe for a second.
So out of all the streamers in OnlyFans, Joker D probably went the hardest on Pirate Software. He took segments of this rant and uploaded it as a YouTube video. That YouTube video would then be removed due to a violation of community guidelines, and the person who striked it cited the reason as being harassment and cyberbullying. One could only guess who took this video down. I mean, seriously. Joker D would never reveal the name of the brand or whatever that was behind this, but seeing that the video had gotten brigaded by Pirate Software's community, for many, it was safe to say that Pirate Software was the one who took this video down because he simply didn't like it, abusing the copy strike system on YouTube. Seeing that Pokemon had done this in the past back in 2020, getting an amazing community reaction, and of course we can't forget about Alinity doing this as well back in 2018. Wow, I'm old.
I'm gonna copy strike this guy.
I mean, it was genius. It worked so well for every content creator who had done that prior. So obviously, this was the play. Congratulations. You know, it's so fascinating to me how the internet works sometimes. Someone could mind their own business for months, for years, for decades. But as soon as they do something that makes them so incredibly unlikable, the internet starts seeing a big red target on your back and they strike. Pirate Software had a talent of building up a huge, loyal community in just the span of a couple of months. When January 2025 came by though, he proved to us that he had another talent, building up a massive community of very loyal haters. these incidents that we just talked about had ensured that. This is when those very same haters would start scrutinizing every single aspect of Pirate Software, both as a brand and as a person, only to eventually dismantle this massive empire that he had built. Now look, just to be clear, Pirate Software has always had haters, dating all the way back to September 2024, and there were earlier instances too. This is normal. When you get famous, when you take over the algorithm the way he did, some people will naturally get fatigued from you. I mean, you might not believe this, but even someone like Queso has haters, purely because he's a massive content creator, no pun intended. Some of these early haters of Pirate Software would start making videos talking about his past. About how, for example, he wasn't the game developer he was making himself out to be, especially with his Blizzard experience. About how he used to go by the name of Maldavius Figtree and was a well-renowned furry in Second Life and EVE Online. But those videos would never get enough traction to actually matter. As you can see, this video right here with the title of Pirate Software, the streamer who faked his game dev career, had reached almost 100,000 views. From the like and dislike ratio, we can see how Pirate Software had somehow, either directly or indirectly, sent his community to brigade this video, and just like Joker D's video, it was taken down by abusing the copy strike system and inciting harassment and cyberbullying. So essentially, if you were an early hater of Pirate Software, if you had something to say, well, chances are no one heard you. This is how for a long time he was able to sweep all the hate, feedback, and criticism under the rug. Except this time, after all the events that we just saw unfold, he had way too many eyes examining his every move, and he couldn't just sweep criticism under.
Here's the thing. I don't like Pirate Software when he is famous too. Because I don't know what, I can tell this one thing, is maybe I'm also an asshole. Not like an asshole, like the kind of guy who can't really admit his wrong that well. I can immediately see his pattern. At least I'm self-aware. But this guy don't.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, the problem is sometimes when you have a problematic personality, the reason you don't have that much issues is because that you kind of self-aware enough to at least try to prevent that shit happen. You know? So the moment I see Pirate Software, I immediately recognize what kind of person he is. Like I say again, like, why do I have that like Chinese saying about like a person tripped and then like grab a bunch of sand in his hand, those kind of things, refuse to admit he's wrong? I'm like that when I was a kid. Obviously, I'm old enough to don't behave like that anymore, but still, I'm like that when I was a kid, and he is a grown-ass man, he still behaves like that.
The rug anymore. For example, around the end of January 2025, Pirate Software had DMCA'd an indie game and threatened to sue its developer. Why? Well, the developer shows us the main reason why Pirate Software wanted the game taken down. Here it is. It's this roach wearing the same wizard hat that he was wearing during World of Warcraft while mimicking some of the things that he was saying. Watch.
As much as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
Yes, dude, doing furry roleplay.
Got DMCA'd because of this. I mean, this is how sensitive he is. And now many people were made aware of this. He couldn't just copy strike or DMCA just about anyone, because every time he did, he spawned more haters. His strategy was now outdated. Everyone was made aware of what had happened to this indie game. And speaking of indie games, there was renewed scrutiny over Pirate Software's indie game called Heartbound, with many wondering why it's been in early access since 2018 with no release date in sight. Give it 3 more years, it'll be a decade. Some people were comparing him to Yandere Dev, a very well-established lolcow who hadn't released his game in over a decade. And when people actually analyzed its code, they found some of the worst written code known to mankind. Seeing all this scrutiny and...
Here's the thing. Yandere Dev game still, in many miracle way, is still playable. It have gameplay. I was saying, at least Yandere Dev, here's the thing. That guy don't know what the fuck he's doing, and he know that. This guy don't know what the fuck he's doing. He pretend to know that.
And criticism catch up to his own game development must have hit one hell of a nerve, because very shortly after he announced that Heartbound would start receiving monthly updates, and all it took was people going there and reviewing it negatively. He was hoping that this would steer off the criticism and the scrutiny, and that things would eventually finally go back to normal, but the haters weren't really done just yet. People were putting into question his entire identity, the fact that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years, but worked what exactly? As well as him claiming that he was one hell of a hacker who had gone to the yearly hacking conference, DEF CON, and won some pretty important events there with the help of his team that he never mentioned, of course. Always taking credit for this by himself. I mean, at some point he was invited to a podcast called Dropped Frames. This was a clip from it, and here's the title: Pirate Software on how he became a hacker for the government. These were the stories that he was telling people. Watch this.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
Actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like,
Yes,
not like I'm a hacker. No, you're an actual
Stop
hacker.
kidding.
You won.
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah,
My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I
Yeah.
worked for the United States Department of Energy.
So a
Just
dude
the
walks in with a
laptop and my-
laptop and a suit, and you lean over to, who's that guy?
Oh, that's the hack.
Now we are very fucking worried about the government power plant right now. He's the guy who audited their defense. Like, when you say you do hacking for like government stuff, means you do hacking for auditing their security systems. You're not hacking them, you're auditing them. So when you say you are that, means like you didn't do your fucking job, since you are not a programmer.
Hacker from the government.
Yeah, that's the hacker.
It's even worse. We go in like 3 to 4 man teams, man. So like we've got a team. Of
Oh, you
dudes
had a
looking
fleet.
like
You had
this.
like a team of
Yeah.
dudes in
It
suits,
wasn't just
holding
me.
laptops,
Yeah,
walking into
exactly.
restricted areas. Okay.
When he says things like this, what he's trying to paint in your mind as a viewer is that he's some sort of Unit 8200 Mossad agent writing zero-day exploits on USBs that are snuck into Iranian nuclear facilities and that infest and shut down the entire technical operation of that nuclear power plant. When in reality, if you look at his LinkedIn and reconcile it against his skill set, what he did was social engineering. He wrote phishing emails and tried to gain access to credentials and user systems that way.
Yeah, that is his entire job. Yes, he does work 3 months as a QA, actual QA that tests games, and then afterward, he got fired. And then came back and become like an AI QA guy, you know? It's like...
AI,
Not that AI QA guy, it's like, he fucking hate doing QA stuff. It's like, play the games. Imagine like you want to like try like the game, like does it have any bugs? You keep repeatedly play the same level like maybe like 50 times or like 20 times. Like see is there any variable like things that you do that you cause like a bug or this and that stuff. So being a QA is basically it's like that. Like game QA. So he fucking hate that job. And he crashed out in that job. He got fired after working for 3 months. And then he came back. He got rehired back. Of course fucking why. His dad working in Blizzard. And it's not like small it's not like small people in there. His dad is like freaking like highest, like one of the top 5 highest like ranked people. So obviously he came back to work, Nepo hired again. But when he do that, he still didn't do his fucking job. And then he decided to like go to like the high up chain, request to build his own team, and waste their time to create a software that do auto like QA test. Basically create bot to run the test. So he don't have to do his job. Waste a lot of resources just to do that shit. And then, you know what? What that game is like testing on? The game that have shit tons of bugs? Diablo 3. Because he don't want to fucking test the game.
Horrendous.
And then after all the Diablo 3 fiasco, he got moved to this like senior red team specialist. It sounds like really, really important job, but you essentially is try to be a scammer. You create email, try to scam people information out, just that.
Huh.
Well, basically just match him. His entire streaming career is lying the fuck out to people, that so people believe him he is like a pro gamer / game developers. So yeah, not far away from his job. His job is literally to be a lying fuck.
So Coding Jesus said it best. Pirate Software's entire identity was slowly starting to unravel right before our very eyes. From the shorts that made him go viral, to the stories he used to say on stream, to quite literally everything about him was nothing more than either an exaggeration or him trying as best as possible to sugarcoat reality. We can very clearly see on his LinkedIn that first off, he didn't work at Blizzard for 7 years, it was actually 6 years, 6 months, and that his initial roles were him being in quality assurance. For the first 4 years at Blizzard, so the majority of his time there, he was in an entry-level role, eventually being promoted multiple times and finishing off as a senior red team specialist. In his own description of the job, he said, infiltrated and exploited physical access controls, managed social engineering operations to improve employee awareness and resilience, and finally created, launched, and managed a global web application bounty program. As Coding Jesus said, this guy would literally just send phishing emails, make phone calls, try to pretend to be an outsider in order to have employees make mistakes so that they can improve internal protocols. I mean, it's an important job, that's for sure, but even on his LinkedIn, he would make claims that he worked on all these different games. I mean, yeah, indirectly, but none of your code made it to the game. You didn't model, you didn't texture, and you sure as hell didn't animate. You just so happened to work on internal projects.
This guy's a fucking disgraceful game dev.
And
he
yet,
keep calling himself
every
one.
time someone would mention something
Why
about
he's not?
games, about the video game industry, about whatever, he would always start off by saying,
I worked 7 years at Blizzard, actually, so I know what I'm talking about.
when in reality, no, you have more experience as an indie developer than you ever had as a developer at a AAA company, and that's the truth. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that he made this such an important and integral part of his personality that it felt like a massive betrayal. But that's not all. His dad was Joey Ray Hall. This picture right here is of 10 people. And if you don't know who they are, these people happen to be the original founders of Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, these guys are legends in every sense of the word. And the guy in the middle is none other than Jason Thorhall's father. He later became the director of cinematics at Blizzard, which is probably the only thing that Blizzard has been consistently good at for the last 20 years. He was also the inspiration behind this guy in South Park from the famous World of Warcraft episode. I mean, this guy was a legend in every sense of the word. And so Mashable.com, when they made this article about Pirate Software, titled How Streamer Pirate Software Gained Nearly 2 million subs in 6 months, they just had to mention the fact that he's a Nepo baby, saying when he was 16, he landed a dream job as a game tester at Blizzard Entertainment, which, before the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition by Microsoft for $68.7 billion, was considered one of the most respected companies in the video game industry. It helped that he was a Nepo baby, since his dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades at the industry titan since almost the very beginning. Now, of course, after 6 months, he would leave because he felt that the corporate life wasn't for him, and many years later would reapply by himself without the help of his dad, landing a QA role, which I believe, because if he had the help of his dad, no way he would end up in an entry-level position. But still, just them including this sentence, calling him a Nepo baby, truly triggered him beyond belief. I mean, look at what he had to say.
Yeah, really not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. It's one of those things that I've been trying to fight my entire career. It's one of the things that I've had to argue with people in chat about. It's one of the things that we ban people for here. Anytime people say shit like that, because it's deeply disrespectful and it completely overwrites any of the things that I've done throughout my career as something that is somebody else's success, which they have not been in any possible respect. And it's just rude as fuck. So, what do you say? In the thing, he said it was he called me a Nepo baby. And he's
because you fucking are. Nobody want to say shit when you're not doing a job because your dad is working at Blizzard, not you working at Blizzard.
article. No, That's dog shit behavior. Really gross. In any case, let's go find somebody to raid.
I mean, you heard him, right? He would ban people in chat if they called him a Nepo baby. It's the easiest way to trigger him. And yet, at the same time, the same guy who's acting triggered over being called Nepo baby said this multiple times on his stream. Watch.
So I'm second generation Blizzard. I'm the first second generation Blizzard employee that ever existed in the company. I'm also a second generation Blizzard employee. I was a second generation Blizzard employee. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee ever. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee. And I love that shit. I love that company. Working for Blizzard sucked.
Again, a lol cow is someone who is unintentionally hilarious when being 100% serious, and I just can't stop laughing at this guy. I mean, seriously? I was the first second generation Blizzard employee? What is this, the Chinese dynasty? Like, what are you even talking about? And let's be real here, the only reason you were the first second generation Blizzard employee was purely because of your dad. Because back then, they didn't even have a recruiting team. You were just the easiest hire. And I think one thing he has to understand is that being a Nepo baby isn't a bad thing. I think most people, if they had a dad or a mom who worked a really cool job, they would love to take advantage of that, and they do. For example, Jack Quaid is an actor that was called a Nepo baby multiple times by fans. That's because his parents are both Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan, two very successful actors. His response was very refreshing for fans, agreeing with the Nepo baby label and saying, "I'm an immensely privileged person. I don't think it undermines my talent," adding that he was able to get representation pretty early on because of being a Nepo baby, and that it's already more than half the battle. So as I said, being a Nepo baby isn't inherently a bad thing. It's only bad when you try to deny it, when you get defensive, because come on, who are you lying to? And that was what Pirate Software was doing. It was becoming more and more obvious that Pirate Software had a massive ego, but also very deep-rooted insecurities. He wanted to appear like a genius no matter what. And according to him, geniuses never apologize. Geniuses never admit fault. But they also never make mistakes and always, no matter what, figure things out on stream. This is something that became painfully obvious when he would play some pretty hard puzzle games and would figure out some of the hardest things all by himself miraculously after looking at his phone, playing it off like it was some genius eureka moment.
I don't know how to play this game. Sorry, I have a message. I need to take a look at it.
Complex puzzles. Pirate Software would play this game on stream, and he would proceed to solve these puzzles all by himself, miraculously, and more specifically, after looking at his phone. In the VOD of his gameplay, around 8 hours and 7 minutes.
Okay, I suddenly have a Eureka moment. I know how to play the game!
Now, he would struggle to find the solution, deliberate with his chat, talk a bunch, and then at around the 8:20 mark, he would pull out his phone right here and continue talking to chat. This goes on for 2 minutes, in which he deliberates while very clearly looking at his phone. And then eventually, at around the 8-hour, 22-minute mark, he would get a eureka moment.
Maybe it's not with the scanner. Maybe there's a different way. Maybe it's not the scanner at all. Maybe it's the time. Maybe the fact that we were able to destroy the surface like that was the point.
Krat. I wonder.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have an idea.
Guys, wait a minute. Oh my god, I have an idea. Guys, oh my god. This just came out of nowhere. My brain just works differently.
Did I mention that I worked 7 years at Blizzard?
This would spread like wildfire on Reddit. This guy is faking his Outer Wilds run in order to appear to be a genius to his community. That's crazy. It's so ridiculous you can't even believe it. But as I already mentioned, he was facing increased scrutiny. He normally would have been able to get away with this, and he did get away with this in other games. It's just that now things were different. When questioned about cheating in Outer Wilds, this is what he had to say.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What?
What?
How the hell would you cheat in that game?
How?
Bro, we played it all live on stream. All right, bud. It's a wild-ass thing to say.
Yes, how would you cheat while live streaming this as he stares into his phone for 2 straight minutes? You're absolutely right. The real controversy would be when he would play the game Animal Well that released on May 2024. You see, he played this game before the World of Warcraft controversy and before the increased scrutiny. But after he had embarrassed himself in Outer Wilds and World of Warcraft, People thought to go back and check his gameplay because they thought, wait, now that I think about it, this was kind of suspicious. And the evidence here was damning. It was simply undeniable. You see, Animal Well is a puzzle game, but not just any puzzle game. It has many puzzles and many secrets that are very easy to miss if you don't take your time analyzing every aspect of it. When the game first came out, you had people on Reddit and in forums trying to work together in order to find all of its secrets and puzzles. One of those puzzles was the Wingding puzzle. This took the entire community over a week of teamwork in order to find the solution. This was a group effort in every way, and no one person could have solved it by themselves. The guide came out on May 19th, 2024, and it just so happens that Pirate Software miraculously, all by himself on stream, solved this puzzle on May 19th, the day the guide came out. I mean, bro, seriously? You'd also have some people write entire essays with proof as to why they think that Pirate Software cheated. If you want to read this and have actually played Animal Well, you can pause the video, but in a nutshell, it's almost like he was trying his hardest to ruin any ounce of reputation he had left. I mean, seriously, are you that insecure that you would cheat in a fucking puzzle game in order to appear to be a genius to your community? Really? It's insanity. But this was reality because, as I said earlier, this scrutiny was disassembling every aspect of his brand and personality, even down to his most fundamental traits, like his own voice. People would somehow unearth this old clip of him at a convention in which he sounded completely different than how he sounds today, leading many to believe that he's either faking his voice or simply using a voice changer on his microphone. Listen to this.
Show been so far?
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many people, and they love the games, so it's been awesome.
So speaking of games, what do you have for us today?
So we have Champions of Breakfast, which is a twin-stick shooter that we made in 24 days from concept to release on Steam. Blew up. It was really, really awesome. And that game is pretty difficult, so if you're into really hard arcade games, that's the kind of thing for you.
You know what though, to be fair, he sounds like such a pleasant person here. This is someone I can see myself being friends with. Look, people want to theorize and say that he has a voice changer or is faking his voice. I think he was just killed by an evil clone. I think that's a better explanation. This of course wouldn't be the only clip where you'd hear him have it.
Yeah, lots of people defend him. Here's the thing, lots of people defend him, maybe that is just a fucking bad mic. Now you can see like it's not a fucking bad mic in this particular clip. And somehow Squid-chan managed to unlock this thing. I already have a suspicions, but the way she say it is like, it makes so fucking sense. This guy is a furry player. I'm not saying furry player. This guy is a furry role player. That high-pitched sound, here's the thing, he like I say again, we can have like two voice. More than two voice. I definitely fucking share with you this one thing, that is. This guy, this fucker, that high-pitched voice of his is his furry voice. I have a VTuber voice. This is my VTuber voice. And then, this is my normal voice, okay? So, definitely, I'm 100% sure his high-pitched voice is his furry voice. So he's not faking it.
A different voice, like this one, for example.
I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog. I have to peel it. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. You see, now that I've peeled the hot dog, it's ready to eat.
Look, a hot dog is
That's
about
right.
to be eaten by Thor.
It's ready to
Let's
eat.
demand he smears
Okay, look, if you're not convinced yet, here's a more recent clip of him playing Animal Well. This was around a year ago, back in 2024. Look.
I don't know what that gives me, though.
I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh, god damn it.
To some people, this was his voice changer glitching. To others, this was him mistakenly getting too comfortable with his real voice. What does Pirate Software have to say about this? Well, apparently, according to his doctor, his voice went through a second puberty in his 30s.
Bullshit.
Right. Apparently your balls can drop twice, but I could only find a handful of sources on this, and this article from the BBC pretty much sums it up by saying that as we get older, the larynx gets stiffer, making the vocal cords less flexible. I mean, this isn't new. When you talk to someone who's 90 years old, they'll sound different than what they used to sound like in their 20s. But to have this much of a dramatic change, That's crazy. Regardless though, I mean, the pressure was getting to Pirate Software. Not only was his game getting scrutinized, not only was his past out in the open, but people were criticizing his gameplay, the way he played games, and even his voice. Things were getting out of control. So the next thing you know, he was on stream with a psychologist by the name of Dr. K. Alok Kanogia, otherwise known as Dr. K, runs the healthygamer.gg organization. He's a clinical psychologist who founded this brand in order to be able to reach the very big and growing demographic of gamers, a group of people who very often will struggle with mental health and not really seek out therapy when they should. His content is mostly educational, drawing parallels between video games and what you go through mentally, and overall, he's been quite successful. Now, of course, that's not to say that he doesn't have his fair share of haters. Some people, for example, have criticized the fact that he does these therapy sessions with streamers in public, even though the person in question consents to it. From Dr. K's perspective, though, he wants to show people that streamers are humans too. And if someone like those streamers that they idolize is brave enough to get therapy, then they can do so too. His conversation with Pirate Software would last over 3 hours and a half. It would get viewed by almost 1 million people, and having watched a good chunk of it, I can tell you right now, regardless of what you might think about Dr. K, I think this stream truly shows his incredible skill in being able to converse with such an obvious narcissist without having him rage quit the call while still trying his best to give him a reality check. And for you to understand that, I want you to watch this clip.
For this shit right now is like they come in and they're like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase. Sure. This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
God, it must be so hard talking to someone like that. Anyway, in the next clip, you'll be seeing the logic behind Pirate Software's attitude when it comes to never apologizing.
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, "Hey guys." So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
This really gave us an insight as to how his mind functions. And as you heard from him talking, he hates the idea of just saying, my bad, let's move on. I'm sorry, let's move on. He wants to sit there and type 12 paragraphs as to why he was wrong but not really, while others were more wrong than him. All of a sudden, things make a lot of sense. Now, listen to how Dr. K responded to that. Okay, just watch.
So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So it's like, I made a mistake. We all made mistakes.
Okay.
right? So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage.
I think the funny thing here is that Dr. K is known to be very caring, very nice, and not confrontational at all when it comes to streams like this. But in this case, seeing that he's an experienced psychologist, he knew when to become confrontational. He knew when to call out Pirate Software on his bullshit. And this is what it was. Bullshit. In just a span of like 20 seconds, Dr. K had essentially summed up people's entire problem with Pirate Software. When he would be criticized, when he would be given feedback, when he would be given advice, he was always dismissive and smug. And this smugness is what led us here. People were hoping that this productive 3.5-hour conversation would actually lead somewhere, maybe actually make him apologize for once and take a step back. But it didn't. His empire kept crumbling until we had finally reached the final nail in the coffin. Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is an initiative launched by Ross Scott in the European Union and the United Kingdom. It was meant to be a direct answer to what happened with the game The Crew, made by Ubisoft. At the end of December 2023, Ubisoft all of a sudden announced that The Crew would no longer be purchasable and that its servers would be going down on March 31st, 2024. Seeing that this was a live service game, this meant that after March, you'd never be able to play this game ever again. The salt in the wound, though, was that barely a couple weeks after the servers went offline, Ubisoft revoked The Crew from people who had bought it digitally, attaching a message saying, "You no longer have access to this game. Why not check the store to pursue your adventures?" To many, this was an outrage. It essentially meant that you never owned your games to begin with. Ubisoft can just take them away. This also more recently happened with Concord. It barely came out for a week and then the servers were offline. If you bought the disc copy, you were played like an idiot. The Stop Killing Games initiative argued that it wasn't really legal. It was very weird for live service games to just shut down like that without giving players an alternative. With Ross Scott on his YouTube channel saying that games as a service is fraud. One thing to note is that this initiative wasn't forcing publishers or developers to keep game servers online forever. What it simply wanted was to have a way to access these games after the servers went offline, by allowing players to host their own servers, for example. Arguing that if taking games down like this would become the norm, then way too many games would become lost media, because that's what The Crew and Concord are right now. They're essentially lost media. It was classified as a European Citizens Initiative, in which European citizens could sign it, and if it would reach 1 million signatures, then it would be talked about in the European Parliament. It would initially get a couple 100,000 signatures until a certain person would speak out against it in the most aggressive way possible. Of course, we're talking about our good old friend, Pirate Software. He felt so passionate about this topic that he made 2 videos about it, very shortly after it launched in the summer of 2024. Now look, we're not going to watch the whole video, I just want to show you the first 10 seconds. Let's do this.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been...
There's just something about this guy, man. I don't know. I can't explain it. Anyway, he worked at Blizzard Entertainment for around 7 years, guys, and he vehemently opposed every single thing this initiative stood for, arguing that it would kill live service games and kill gaming in general, completely misunderstanding what this initiative was even about, and using his massive influence.
Whoa, you already sold me enough. You don't have to sell me more.
I want to be clear here. In this video, he tries his best to appear level-headed, professional even, echoing the genius that you first saw in his YouTube shorts at the end of 2023. But on his stream, oh my god, this guy was a mess. These are the very nice things he had to say about this initiative. Watch.
Shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. Now, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This
No, yeah, according to him, this is the worst thing that's ever been made by humanity. Like, this is like, oh my god, you'd think that this is actually going to end gaming as we know it. But it's not. It's seeking to do the opposite.
shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely.
In his very professionally level-headed video, he says this.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out.
But that's exactly what Stop Killing Games wants to do. The whole point of this initiative is for this medium to not die by allowing so many games to become lost media. And yet, this is what Pirate Software was saying about this whole thing.
I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine. I've always thought that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, at this point, just no comment. When he would start receiving quite a bit of backlash, of course now there's more dislikes, but when it first released, I'd say 30% of the like to dislike ratio was dislikes. He made this pinned comment, outlining some points that don't really help his very aggressive reaction that came out of nowhere, and then ended it with a quotation saying he won't even talk to Ross, who is the founder of Stop Killing Games. To which he replied with, correct. I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. It's a bad direction, removes validity for what the initiative is trying to do, portrays the process in an incorrect manner, and just builds sensationalism. Thinking that kind of language is okay puts him squarely on my not worth it to talk to list, as there are others that could have a more productive conversation. So what he's talking about is this slide here. This one slide in the entirety of this initiative is the only reason why he refuses to talk to Ross. It says reasons the European Citizens Initiative could pass. Politicians like easy wins. Politicians mostly don't care about video games. The law is already unclear on this practice. The initiative is in line with other consumer policies. It's a diversion from more serious topics. Now, according to Ross, this was a half-truth, half-joke slide. And I think that's how a normal person would view it. I don't think it was tone deaf in any way, but it angered the hell out of Pirate Software for some reason. I don't know why. Some people theorize that it's because he got close to Ludwig, and together they founded the games publisher Off-Brand Games. When the Stop Killing Games initiative came out, they were in the process of releasing a live service multiplayer game. So there was definitely some sort of a conflict of interest here. Regardless, this European Citizens Initiative had a one-year deadline. It would be automatically closed on the 31st of July, 2025. And by the end of June, it barely had 500,000 signatures, which meant it had no hope of ever reaching 1 million, or so it seemed. This was until Accursed Farms, the channel owned by Ross Scott, would release a video titled The End of Stop Killing Games. It's an hour-long video that kind of reminds us what this initiative is about, how we got here, the feedback and criticism he's received, the changes he's made, and of course the majority of the video is him responding to Pirate Software's very aggressive criticisms. Most of the clips of Pirate Software crashing out over the Stop Killing Games initiative were actually from this video. Ross addresses every single one and ended up, whether intentional or not, making Pirate Software look like a clown who had no idea what he was talking about. This video almost has 1 million views, and many people watched it. Some of those people happen to be way bigger content creators than Pirate Software, and seeing that this very important initiative was very close to failure, tried their best to bring as many people as possible to sign it. For example, Moist Critical talked about it in his videos at over 3.5 million views. Hell, even Jacksepticeye talked about it on his second channel, and the video's sitting at over 1 million views. People understood that this initiative wasn't just a good thing for video games, it was integral to ensure its survival for the future. Hell, even Minecraft creator Notch had something to say about it, tweeting, "Hey guys, just got back to gaming after a brief break. Wait, why is there a Nepo baby doubling down over there?" Adding, if buying a game is not a purchase, then pirating them is not theft.
Yep, we're still in Pirate Software.
This truly solidified the position of Pirate Software in the Hall of Fame of lolcows. It was undeniable at this point. His stupidity had made an entire movement succeed, just purely on the basis of him being so unaware of what was going on. He lacked the most basic form of self-awareness. And thanks to that, the Stop Killing Games initiative not only reached 1 million signatures, but is currently at over 1.3 million in overdrive.
Even more.
About to reach 1.4 million any time now, with the UK petition reaching double the signatures required. He even had a vice president of the European Parliament voicing support for this initiative and signing the petition himself while urging other Europeans to do the same. This initiative gained so much traction that a publisher group full of the biggest publishers on the planet, including EA and Ubisoft for example, responded saying that these proposals would curtail developer choice and that it was unsustainable and unfeasible. In other words, they were very scared that this could actually pass. Being a gamer myself, I wish this initiative the best of luck in Parliament, and I truly hope it passes. When I buy a digital game, I'd like to know that I actually own it and that it won't be taken away from me at any given moment. But while this initiative was gaining a lot of positive attention, Pirate Software, on the other hand, was gaining all the negative attention. He's currently bleeding over 10,000 subscribers daily on his YouTube channel and has currently lost a massive chunk of his viewership on Twitch. I mean, look at these numbers. He used to peak 15,000 concurrent viewers and is now down to 5,000. That's 1/3 of where he used to be 7 months ago. And that's without mentioning all the followers he's been losing. I mean, look at this, minus 50,000 just in July. Additionally, this renewed scrutiny has prompted many YouTubers like Coding Jesus and Slop News Network to analyze the code that he writes on stream, concluding that a child, a literal toddler, can probably do a better job. Seriously, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Because, of course, instead of just apologizing, taking a step back, taking the L for once, admitting you made a mistake, maybe taking some advice that Dr. K gave you, he would triple down or quadruple down, I guess I can't even keep track at this point, and make this post, saying the most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. So at this point, I can't help but be impressed how much he's willing to die on hills that don't matter. People aren't even tracking cumulative signatures and daily signatures. They just understood that this initiative is worth fighting for, it's very important for the longevity of games as a medium, and that you, with your massive platform, not only criticized it very aggressively, thinking that this was going to be an easy win that made you out to be a genius, but urged all your audience, all your strong community to not sign it when they were telling you to sign it initially. That's how you even found out about the initiative. He would then later tweet this, saying, I am no longer working at off-brand games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. Learned a lot there, accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless, love those dudes and loved working with them, hope they keep cooking. Ludwig would reply to this, saying, stop killing games is a good initiative, but a few bad actors review bombed / harassed developers of the games we support at off-brand games. Appreciate Thor stepping down for the betterment of the devs and their games, to which he would get community noted. The note said, Rivals of Either 2 has not been review bombed. Verifying this is as easy as opening the Steam page and looking at the graphic
I don't
reviews.
let Ludwig.
And if you go to the game, scroll down, and look at the graph that shows review trends, we can very clearly see that there's no review bombing going on. If anything, there's positive bombing. Look at all these positive reviews in June. But hey, anything to be the victim, right? In fact, the guy became such a victim that I think he started losing his mind. He started comparing his current situation with the Stop Killing Games initiative to Coney 2012. I mean, dude, no, I'm sorry. This is a full-fledged, fully developed and evolved lolcow. There's no way you can say this while being self-aware. It's impossible. And after months of complaining about people brigading and harassing him, he does the same exact thing to Coding Jesus. He would leave a comment on his code review video and would then link his comment to his chat so that they can go upvote it in an effort to ratio the video itself. Like, how petty is that? Come on, man.
Do you make a link to it? You have to click on the little 6 hours edited. Aha. So that doesn't seem to do it. Oh, do I have to right click on this and then copy link address and then do that? Is that what does this? Ah, it does highlighted comment. There we go. Boop. There's my comment on it. Enjoy. And I also have a whole argument with a whole bunch of people in the replies in there so they can see what's going on with it. I talked to them through the entire thing of why I did that all in an array, because that is not normal practice to do that, and it's specifically so that you guys can reverse engineer the game and solve the ARG. Sometimes doing bad practice has meaning, which is...
Whatever, man. He later deleted this VOD because this literally breaks YouTube TOS. This breaks every aspect of terms of service when it comes to brigading and harassment. I mean, at this point, can this get any worse? Yes. He'd be asked about his opinion when it comes to Stop Killing Games finally reaching 1 million signatures, and he said, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything that you asked for, but nothing you wanted, and I'll leave it there. See, if I was 12 years old, I would have probably thought this was really cool, but now it's just edgy beyond cringe. But listen, as much as this was a ridiculous roller coaster ride on the Lolcow Express, someone did end up asking him, hey man, would you consider making an apology video, setting everything straight? Because you know what, this is still salvageable. You can still redeem yourself. And Here's what he had to say.
Put up a video saying you were wrong with every situation and the internet move on. I am not doing that. I don't give a fuck.
This guy have a certain personality that he fluctuate of being a bitch and being an asshole.
Yeah, simply
Yes, I said that.
bend the knee and lie about how you feel, and everyone will stop bullying you. That's a great idea, dude. Yeah, no, eat shit.
This guy is so hopeless, man. Now, I will say this because I'm sure this will appear in the comments. Yes, I'm aware that Pirate Software is a massive furry, and I'm also aware that he was legally married to someone, and during that marriage, he got in contact with one of the Kickstarter backers of Earthbound, the game he's working on, and started a very inappropriate 18+ relationship with them while being married. Yes, he committed adultery. The reason why I didn't mention this in the video is because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If he had just apologized during the WoW Classic incident, this coming out wouldn't have done anything to him, because guess what? Most of these messages involved 18+.
Oh, I guess like you missed this thing. Like I do find like a lot of things like about him is like very fucking weird, but here's the thing. A lot of people say he fake his voice. I don't really believe that, because here's the thing. Everyone can have a higher tone voice and a lower tone voice. But the way he explained that he have the fucking second puberties, man, back in the days I do kind of believe that, because like I do have a second voice too, so I end up kind of like, maybe it is, maybe it's not. I have no ideas. But still, I got a strange suspicion that both is his voice, just like me. I have two voice. I just generally don't use this because sometimes, you know, people like got used to hear my high pitched voice. But still, again, that high-pitched voice he have, I know where it's from. That guy's a fucking furry. He do furry roleplay. That is his furry voice. Like, essentially, when you watch me being a VTuber, this voice is my de facto VTuber voice, okay? So I can sound like this permanently without any issues. Obviously, like if I don't want to speak English normally, I would actually just sound like this most of the times. So even when I'm kind of a little bit like, I think you already can hear it. Like yesterday when I'm very tired, my higher pitched voice tends to just go away, and then like I start to speak like this. That's just how I generate like is. But here's the thing. This is why I understand this. That fucking voice, people keep saying that if he's faking his voice, technically it's not true. That is his furry voice. 100% fucking sure it is his furry voice. It's his persona voice.
Roleplay, but more specifically, furry roleplay. Yes, they would literally say to themselves, pets you, nuzzles you, plays with your tail, and then get, you know, more 18+ into it. Yes, most people couldn't even read one page of chat logs because of how cringy it is. So I'm so convinced it wouldn't have done anything to his reputation. It's meaningless to talk about. But if you're interested, you can check out this video by Fearful Tears titled Pirate Software, the most delusional Twitch streamer. Look, Pirate Software is a lesson, not just in content creation, but in quite literally anything. Normal people make mistakes, and geniuses make mistakes too. We're all human. Admitting that you make a mistake isn't you admitting that you have a weakness. No, on the contrary, never admitting that you're wrong is a weakness in itself, because it shows how insecure you are, how fragile of an ego you have. And it'll only make people want to avoid you. I mean, what's the point? Pirate Software is the stupid person's definition of a genius, and he managed to ride that wave for a little while. But now the party's over, and he only has himself to blame. He'll still be a content creator, he'll still have a sizable audience, but he'll never be able to touch the sky like he did at the end of 2023. And they're never coming back unless he finally humbles his dumbass. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the entire video up until the end. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video fairly soon. Yeah, I love you so much. Mwah.
Oh no! My camera ran out of battery. Ah, gosh dang it. How long have I been streaming? Just 2 hours. Gosh dang it. This thing shouldn't run out of battery that fast. Something went wrong. Well, I guess I should. Nah, this place I showed that I've been. Oh, means I got disconnected, I guess. But still, my phone's supposed to, like, if I forgot to turn off the screen, it's supposed to still be able to run for like 8 hours. Like, max is like 8 hours. It just like go kaput that way. So, yeah. I guess I just have to switch channel. I have to go back to this one. And then studio mode. Doop. Doop. Alright, good. And then this one too. Doop. Doop. Alright. Well, my phone is charging. Yeah, I can't do anything too much. Let's see any other video to watch while I'm doing my thing. Alright, let's keep watching this one then.
This episode sponsored by Brilliant. I'm sure you've seen them flitting around atop a pond like some frolicking water puppies. I mean, who knows what they're up to, and it looks like fun, doesn't it? Look at that one, rolled right on his back. Now, if you want to play around on the surface of the water, there's a couple ways to do it. You can be sort of half in, half out like this fly, you know, have a nice little float around. However, this fly isn't really built for water sports. It has some trouble with the moving part. And that means it's f***ed, because water striders are very good at hunting things that have accidentally wet themselves. Chatty, that's an awkward line. They have this long needle-like proboscis at the end of their face, and they can use it to poke right through the outside of a fly. Oop, didn't say it was easy. Once the proboscis is in there, it squirts out some digestive juices and starts digesting the fly from the inside out. I mean, this particular fly couldn't give a shit. Look at it, it's washing its hands. Get on with it. That proboscis has a little flexi straw inside of it, and they use that to suck out the insides. Anyway, if you fall into some water and are struggling, water striders are like the opposite of a lifeguard. They're a death something. Maybe doorman, because they let people in. Death doorman. And then soon enough, you got a whole bunch of them. It's like a buffet. but like a dirty buffet. Because while you're eating, someone might just hop on and start having sex with you. You need more than a sneeze guard on that buffet, I'll tell you what. I mean, it all looked cute from far away, didn't it? Up close, things get freaky. Now, these insects can hunt and fight and have relations on top the water without getting wet because of surface tension. Just a quick refresher, water molecules are into bondage. They get all handsy with their neighbors. It's like an orgy. You don't know whose bits you're pulling on or letting go of. It's fluid, get it? Now, under the surface, that grabbing is in all directions. But on the surface, one side is air. Those molecules, they're on the outside of the orgy. Their little heinies getting all chilly. They can only get grabby down into the sides. And this extra grabbing along the surface causes a layer of molecules to act almost like an elastic sheet. And you can sit right on top of it. Well, you can't, but a water strider can because of some key adaptations. If you look close at these little bastards, you can see they're a bit furry. That's because most of their body is covered with these tiny little hair-like setae. These setae have a waxy coating, which is something that water doesn't want to bondage with. On the legs, you can see that the tips of the setae bend inwards, so as not to be pokey-pokey on the surface. You can also see that the individual setae are grooved. And that's because all this hairiness and roughness trap little pockets of air, which can act like a cushion between the insect and the water's surface. Now, their whole body is covered with these little setae, and I'll give you one reason why.
I know, let me know.
Rain, which is f***ing traumatic at this size. But look at that, they're cool with it. I mean, it looks like some of them are even having fun. Look at this one riding.
Yeah,
upswing
you
and
don't let
doing a
people
backflip.
react to this
This
video, that's the
incredible
thing.
ability to repel water allows them to hang out on the surface.
Essentially, I'm not
But it
even
also
reacting,
means
I'm
there's
just
not all
watching
that
at
much
this point,
friction
so-
on that surface. It's like standing on a greased-up
respect his wish.
trampoline with roller skates on. So if they want to move, they have to use some tricks. Even though those little hairs are water repellent, the fact that they're all pointed in one direction and a little bendy means that they can generate very small adhesive forces with the surface, but only if you go against the grain. So they can use that in addition to pushing off the side of those little dimples that they make. So they don't break the surface, but rather transfer their momentum to water underneath the surface. The strokes leave behind a trail of these swirling horseshoe vortices, a lot like what you might see behind a boat being rowed. This sort of movement, rowing and gliding, is quite efficient, but it's not the only way to do it. Some other water-walking insects use what's called a tripod gait. It can look a bit awkward and it's not as efficient. But this sort of movement allows them to walk both on water and solid surfaces, which certainly comes in handy if your pond's filled with duckweed. Can't row through that shit. Now, even though this looks a bit more like walking, the interaction with the water's surface is similar to the water strider. Little waxy hairs trapping pockets of air and creating vortices. But listen, there's times where you might need a bit more oomph in your step. For one, there's things right below you that want to eat you, and they can see you quite well. It's like if the lions at the zoo were just behind some saran wrap. A water strider's not going to rowboat its way out of this one, so instead it jumps. And they're quite good at it too. But I know what you're thinking, Clever Nipples. Water striders can fly. Well, it turns out by the time they've started the engines and gotten through the safety demonstration, they'd be fish food. A smaller water strider can do all this without breaking the surface, but some of the larger ones break through and push off the water below, and you can see all those air bubbles that their legs bring with them. But not everyone is gifted with such long-ass legs. Springtails, for example. I mean, looking at them, you wouldn't think that hurdles would be their event. But Lindsay here has some serious ups, and we're going to learn how she does it in a second. But let me tell you, learning has changed quite a bit since I was young. I mean, Brilliant makes learning interesting and fun. It's not just rote memorization and staring at a longtime sponsor of this show, and I'm a fan. Check them out today. Where were we? Oh, right. Lindsay here is quite the jumper, and that's because most springtails have you'll never guess, a springtail. Well, sort of. The science hippies call it a fricula, and most of the time they keep it tucked in like a sad dog butt. Sorry, like a sad dog. But if they need to get away in a hurry, they can pop it out. Chatty, what the hell was that? Barely moved, and it couldn't escape a fart. Do another one. Oh, all right, that's better. I know what you're thinking. That's cool, but it's basically jumping just with your ass. But if you look close, they've got another little trick going on. They've got a little tubey thing on their tum-tum that attracts water. So you can see as they take off, they take a little drop of water with them. And that's because if you launch yourself into a crazy backflip, you're going to pull out all the stops to stick the landing. First thing they do is change their posture mid-air, and as they fall, this gives them a better chance of landing right side up. Now, if they don't, because their bodies are water repellent, they'll bounce around a bit. And that's embarrassing for a springtail. But if they get it just right, they can use that little drop of water they've been carrying to attach to the water's surface. It's sticking the landing, but with like real sticking. Now, springtails aren't the only ones to realize the benefits of having some body parts that attract water. Look, Darnell here wants to show you his. Many of these water walkers have a pair of claws on the tips of their legs. They're smooth so they don't trap air, and water is attracted to them, and they can use them to pull up on the surface of the water. You might say big deal, but it allows them to do a bit of a magic trick. Here you can see Mesovelia try to scramble up the curve at the edge of the glass. That doesn't work, but then watch this. Let me explain. When water molecules come in contact with something that they're more attracted to than other water molecules, they bond with it. But not only that, they'll start to climb up that surface and pull their neighbors along with them. This creates a curve in the water that changes the direction of the forces acting on the water molecules. You got gravity, surface tension, the attraction of water molecules to each other and to the new surface. And eventually they balance each other out. But this is essentially a frictionless hillside if you're small like Delilah here. And her water walking won't work, she just slides right off. So to climb it, she first turns and faces it head on. Then she pulls the surface up with her front legs, but also with her hind legs, while simultaneously pushing down with her middle legs. Now this changes the surface tension in the direction that these forces are pulling, and suddenly many symbols appear. But the bottom line is that the changes to the shape of that curve create an imbalance of forces that pull Delilah up until they're balanced again. Now this is especially helpful if you're a little beetle larva like this one. Not water repellent, no fancy hooks, wouldn't even have to dress up to be a fish food pellet for Halloween. But watch, it creates a curve by arching its body. Zoop, and that means it can get to an edge and climb out to safety. Now these forces that pull two curves together are the same ones that cause your Cheerios to clump. And it also works if both curves are pointed down into the water's surface. Now, it can get a little awkward if you run into your ex. All right, well, it was good to see you. I have to, Now, the teeny microvelia, like Deborah oh, that's not Deborah, it's Casey. Like Casey here, have another trick up there. Well, you'll see. If their little feet and legs get tired from all the scampering, they can just stop and go, ugh! And look at that, they take off like a little rocket. I know what you're thinking, fart power. No, what they're doing is releasing a small droplet of liquid out their butt. And this liquid acts like dish detergent would if you put a drop into some water with pepper suspended on the surface. The molecules of these liquids will sit on the surface of the water and get in between water molecules. So then there's less water bondage on the surface and less surface tension. The water surrounding that droplet has higher surface tension, and because of that, it pulls on the area of lower surface tension. And this becomes a kind of wave that you can surf. And you can try this in a pool. Release something out your butt and see how fast everyone moves away. Zinger. What do you mean you called it? It's not whoever sees it first. It's not shotgun. And even if it... What the hell? You just bit my ass. No, my ass does not look like a fly's ass. You did that on purpose. You don't go around biting someone's ass because you have hurt feelings. Stop it. Even if you did call it, god damn it. Even if you... Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm saying, how would I have heard you? Ow!
Yeah, I don't think I can finish this thing in one go. Because later on I still have to do the recoloring, redrawing a little bit, this and that. Quite a few things. Think I should change how the eyeball is looking too. Man, got way more stuff I actually have to take a look.
It's too cold outside. What shadowy hints of my easy-to-miss social life is dying, and I also want to argue about how pop culture characters fit into alignment charts. So it's time to make like a bunch of famous voice actors and Dungeons some Dragons. Odds are plenty of you dork bags have heard of the hobby, but have as little understanding about how it works as anyone over 60 has about being content with living as a single childless adult who doesn't care about where they live so long as it's a roof over their head and the neighbors don't shout out racial slurs. Unless it's at half-elves, the filthy, knife-eared mongrel mutts. So print out some character sheets, go shopping for some loaded dice, pack some expired snacks, call up all those friends you can only tolerate, and put on your favorite wizarding hat. It's time to do some motherfucking role-playing. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. Do you like hitting things? What am I saying? Of course you do. Everybody does. I most certainly do. All the time. Like now. And hitting things is the best thing about D&D. You can hit literally anything you want. Better yet, you can hit it with a big fuck-off axe while flying into a bloodthirsty rage so potent you could be forgiven for mistaking it for some kind of super rabies. The Barbarian is the best class for hitting everything and everyone hard enough they explode into a huge puff of confetti or a shower of blood and organs. What's the difference? They're pretty much the same thing. You get a D12 for your hit die, one of the only times you'll ever use a D12. But it does mean you'll be soaking up hits better than my pillow soaks up tears after I take a look in the mirror for a few seconds. You start with just about every important combat proficiency and any weapon of your choice. And if you're taking recommendations, I highly suggest going for the dual-wield chainsaw shotgun laser earrings with detachable missile launchers and drink dispensers. Ooh, and they have built-in cup holders. Look at that. No tool proficiencies, but who cares? Nobody uses tools anyway. You pick them to add to your character for backstory purposes and then forget they exist because you only ever roll for skill checks anyway, you lazy, thoughtless gobblebright. Yes, I just made that up, and it's what you are, you stinky feigl bitch. In fact, who even needs armor? Your pure, unadulterated chutzpah will block enemy blows better than even the shiniest of chainmail bikinis. Better yet, you have spider sense, which assists in you avoiding traps, spells, obligatory social events, and laundry. And of course, the signature trait of the barbar is being able to enter a ferocious frenzy of force that foes will fear for all their fannies. During your rage, you may be easier to hit, but at the game that you are better at hitting everything else. And not just that, your muscles grow to the size of crag-faced garmoofis.
That's a made-up word.
I don't care that the things I'm using for analogies aren't real. Intelligence is a dump stat anyway. That's why mine is the number that comes after 3. And now you know how to play Barbarian. You're welcome. Frail spellcasters? Whack. Close quarters combatants? Whack. Immobile tanks? Whack. Me? I'm tight as fuck. First time playing D&D, I realized I'm too cool for any sort of specialized role. But that was only because I hadn't figured out that there's only one way to play it right. With a sword in one hand and a harp in the other, shouting my greatness from the rooftops, laying bitches and slaying witches. Or is it laying witches and slaying bitches? I can't quite remember. I was too busy giving the tavern owner a reason to stay in business. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. Jack of all trades, master of none is still better than someone who only has one gimmick and has to hide for the rest of the fight because they've run out of class features and spell slots. If the sword and shield were an RPG class, it would be the bard, one that's good at doing everything and doing everyone. You can cast spells, learn tons of skills, support allies, harm enemies, harm allies, support enemies, woo crowds, boo crowds, and most importantly, lay dragons. It's the most versatile class, and its various archetypes allow you to fill literally any role, so who even needs anything else? Need DPS? College of Swords. Need a tank? College of Valor. Make rogues useless? College of Whispers. Need to get good at the game? College of Sit Down, Shut Up, and Listen. Your most important feature, Bardic Inspiration, is like the little girl Wolverine version of the Big Daddy Logan, and is absolutely game-breaking. By being a radiant concentration of pure awesomeness, you can allow anyone else an additional die to roll and add to almost anything. Think that weak-ass wizard won't be able to make the con save against that poison attack? Inspired! The fighter needs to land the killing blow on an enemy with a high armor class? Inspired! Your wingman just told you about a hot piece of sliz that walked into a high-class tavern and that he needs you to hype him up to be able to talk his way in and maybe nab a few extras on the way out for you? You best bet your ass that homie's gonna be
Inspired!
In fact, screw your wingman, you can do it yourself. Jack of all trades and expertise means whatever you're bad at, you're suddenly good at. And whatever you're good at, you're suddenly unbelievably amazing at. Nothing can stop you, well, maybe except a pretty face. By playing D&D, you automatically sign an unwritten contract that forces you to write your character to fall under the purest stereotype of whatever class you pick. Everybody knows you have to follow that contract or else Matt Mercer will sneak into your house and throw foam noodles at you from the corner of your living room. All wizards are smartass eggheads, all rogues are kleptomaniacs, and all bards are lust-compelled sex deviants. It's just the rules, I don't make them. And of course, the main gimmick of the bard is that it's artistically expressive in some way. People usually think this means musician. That's because their brain are like this, while my brain are like this. They can sing, dance, paint, prance, make a pretty dirt drawing with a lance. Plenty of ways to further enhance the battlefield if given the right chance. Now you know how to play bard, you're welcome. Now this may sound rather odd, but sometimes the best in the squad is the one with the cross who can smite like a boss by harnessing the bitch slap of God. With a mace that even ogres will flee, you'll cast and crush things with glee. Some think they're not strong and those people are wrong. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. The support is someone everyone wants on their team, but nobody wants to be. Lucky for you, the cleric is like a support that decided to buy a taser after being too fed up with being told to heal the barbarian who ran into a 1v20 encounter. Clerics are the religious fandoms in the D&D world that are so crazy into their deities that they've turned their fangirling power into something that can actually pack a punch. Having the same armor proficiencies as a fighter and the self-sustaining capabilities of a paladin that's been juicing with unicorn hooves and dragonborn acid. They have so many teeth-grindingly infuriating spells at their disposal on top of all that dungeon masters all over the world universally agree to ban clerics from the game so as to not make encounters absolute nightmares to give proper challenge without throwing approximately 20 black dragons at one cleric alone to keep it balanced. Spells like Flash Gordon, Buddy Cop Weapon, and Does My Hand Smell Bad to You are so stupidly strong at such a low level it's easy to forget why so many uncultured swine consider the cleric a designated healer. Anyone who does has either never played the class or considered the sword and shield a viable weapon in Monster Hunter. Wait, unlike most other classes, you pick your archetype at first level, and you have oodles, canoodles, and toaster strudels to choose from. To summarize, you have heel bitch, nerd, sunburn, and my axe, nobody dies, nobody cares, and a couple of more that I'm too lazy to mention. Seriously, with how versatile and independently strong you can build a cleric, you can make up an entire party full of purely priests, call it the Amen, and bust down Tiamat's door demanding her lunch money. And she would just build her own toilet to give herself swirlies so she wouldn't have to endure the kind of bullying you're about to give her. Channel Divinity gives you special limited use effects depending on your domain, and can be as dumb as Turn Undead, where the power of the gods can make a zombie run away from you like it's regained its ability to smell and realizes you've been sleeping with your Jesus blanket that you haven't washed in months. Or as useful as Guiding Strike, where you can choose to add 10 billion points to your attack roll so you'll be able to swat one fly with another fly's deuce being whipped around on a string like a yo-yo strung around your pinky toe while blindfolded. The only downside is that you get a pitiful amount of uses, like a gym 2 weeks after New Year's. And finally, the most notable trait of the cleric is Divine Intervention, where if you are a good boy or girl all year praying happy thoughts and burning that dank holy kush, if you wish upon a star, the clouds in the heavens will part and the literal gods will stop playing their game of Jenga to fix whatever dumb problems you and your party have gotten into, and then avoid you for 7 days debating whether or not to write you a holy restraining order after seeing you pissed your pants fangirling over your religious senpai noticing you. And now you know how to play cleric. Amen. I don't understand tree huggers. What has the environment ever done for us? It's not like it provides oxygen, resources for tools, housing, clothes, food, and technology or anything important like that. And it's definitely not like it's home to various species of plants and animals required to keep the ecosystem alive to continue to feed mankind's insatiable appetite to destroy, consume, and rebuild in his own image, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the very world that brought him into existence. Nah, fuck all that. The environment clearly exists for us to skin innocent animals that are minding their own business so we can wear them as high fashion. I mean, just look at bears. All they do is steal my chips and shit in my backyard. Well, guess what, Yogi? It's payback time. And what better way to give it than undercover as one of their own? They'll never see it coming. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. The druid is what happens when a ranger decides to fully commit to being a furry/hippie instead of just half-assing it because they're only trying to impress that sexy dryad they met in the forest that one time. They're primarily a casting class, but unlike clerics with their holy senpai, warlocks with their sugar daddies, bards with their awesomeness, or sorcerers with their rich magical parents' inheritance, druid's magic comes from Mother Nature, and from first-hand experience I can tell you now she's an absolute bitch. Shut up, bitch. At second level, you can fulfill every furry's dream and transform into an animal. But not just any old lameo neon-colored oversaturated mess like Arjun Darksnout the rainbow dog with an indie band t-shirt over there. No, I mean cool animals like my original character, Grabbelgene, the nocturnal giant toad. Don't steal! Your archetype will be based around whether you want to be part of the forces of nature or if you want it to work for you. To list them off, land for different flavors of spells, moon for when you want to take your persona to the next level, dreams for if you secretly want to play a cleric, shepherd for if you want to be king of the wigglers, spores for if you want to reenact The Last of Us, and twilight for that sweet, sweet edge. Just like all the classes, your features improve with your level. Where druids differ is that their animal-related features mean that the beasts you summon or wear fursuits of don't necessarily get stronger, but rather they're thrown into the garbage and replaced by things with increasingly more fleas. Moreover, they gain additional features a regular animal couldn't imagine if it was high on devil weed, which gets fucking terrifying at later levels. Imagine this scenario. You're walking in the woods, there's no one around, and your phone is dead. Suddenly, spiky thorns sprout out around you, making movement painful. An adorable bunny rabbit sitting in front of you, seemingly harmless, suddenly starts shooting giant bees out of its eyeballs and turning the tree branches around you into black mambas. Design an encounter for that, Dungeon Master. And now you know how to play Druid. You're welcome. Fighter Man, overall he's fairly bland. Hit some stuff, hit some more. Outside combat is quite a bore. Look out, he is a fighter man. Gee, I wonder what it does. It's a goddamn mystery. Who knows? I'll say it because nobody else will. If you pick fighter, odds are you're also likely to pick human because you're basic like that. And that's not just me saying that, it's science. Human fighters pop out of the woodwork like rabbits on Viagra because people are incapable of choosing something unique even when they're given options like playing as a kobold paladin who prays to asteroids just before they crush an unfortunate man's cabbage cart. Just look at me, for example, artistic phenomenon and originator of the satirical talk fast genre of videos. What do you mean I'm not the first one to come up with the idea? I don't need these lies coming out of you. Everything I make is completely original and everybody knows it. Come on, Master Chief, let's get the fuck out of here. Fighters are the purest essence of the combat side of D&D, all about hitting things hard and fast, getting into the thick of the fight, and hey, you get out of here, we're not talking about you. They're all focused around rolling more dice than a Limp Bizkit song, as well as being straight up easy baby mode because you get to start using any weapon you want, heavy armor, some ranged options, a free cheesecake, and a complimentary belly rub just for picking the class. Seriously, everything about it is geared towards being so noob-friendly, even a Monster Hunter longsword player will be laughing at you. If you feel so inclined during combat, you can heal yourself, attack twice, and take a second action to attack twice again, all in the same turn. And that's at 5th level. Not to mention you getting more ability score increases than any other class means that if you go a turn without hitting at least something, then you must have made some kind of D&D sin that angered Gary Gygax, like getting weighted dice or putting milk in before your cereal. Fighter flavors allow you to pick how you want to be hitting the bad guys, like being a magic bitch that can actually take a hit, or ride a bitch while you cut down a fool, or go all out sensei mode and just decide you want advantage for every attack this turn, so you're going to absolutely destroy a bitch. But odds are, knowing most fighters out there, champion is the best bet because it's basic. Yo, we heard you like fighter, so we put more fighter in your fighter. Just be sure to make your character a rough and grizzle-faced middle-aged straight white man with a two-handed sword and a mysterious and/or tragic and/or vengeful backstory just to fit the bill. Don't want to get too creative now, do we? And now you know how to play fighter, you're welcome. Hammer, bow, sword, and shield. There's no limit what you can wield. Plenty fights you have fought. Demon Lord's just another thought. This class, great for a newbie's first time. Plenty of damage to chime. Here comes the fighter man. Why? Because, bitch, you were taking too long. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. Fighting is like a science and can be used for either side of the moral spectrum. It can be used for evil, like punctuating arguments, expressing a salty loss, and beating up nerds, or it can be used for good, like self-defense, artistic expression, and beating up nerds. And monks are those who have trained heavily in the nerd beating up science of mixed martial arts, foregoing any sort of traditional filthy weapon proficiencies and instead opting for wanting to punch, bam, boom, slam, kick, punch stuff. You start with no armor because, like a barbarian, you have the ability to deflect and dodge attacks with the power of your unconstrained birthday suit. But unlike barbarian, you don't have to rely on the pathetic material world to explodify goblins. You have your your knuckles. Martial arts training means you can serve up extra punchables for the bad guys as a bonus action, so no matter how you're doing as Mama said, you'll be dishing out more pain-induced fistings than two lesbians who consider watching porn as a reasonable substitute for sex ed. But it's not all coochie destruction. The monk is a slippery piece of work who's really good at avoiding any oncoming fistings, like a millennial trying to get their life together avoids self-care, by catching them if they're a fist projectile or dodging out of the way if it's an area of fists. As you grow stronger, you can translate a fist if it's punching in a different language, and avoid any infections if the fister forgot to take a shower that night. As a monk, your shtick is the key feature, but since I can't come up with any way to make this section much funnier, and also because key translates to poop in Thai, that's how I'm going to refer to it from now on. You gain more and more poop as you level up, and you can spend your poopy points on various skills to do all sorts of things, like stun people, reroll saves, mask yourself and turn invisible, and any other number of crazy things based on which anime you want to imitate. I would recommend Kensei so you could use the dual-wield chainsaw shotgun laser earrings if it weren't for the fact that every other archetype was just cooler in every way, wearing fancy outfits and taking the time to actually learn how to fist properly. Oh man, what a tough decision. Do I want to use a pokey stick or do I want to fire Hadoukens and Kamehameha Blast? What an enticing decision. I'm really gonna have to think about.
Don't stop, we're in luck now.
And now you know how to play monk. You're welcome. Boy, I love the smell of justice in the morning. There's nothing more satisfying than knowing the good name of Sword and Shield has traveled so far and wide that not even the Pokemon games are free from their incredible, awesome influence. And it's about time too. You think I created this series to entertain and inform ignorant whelps of great hobbies their miserable lives are missing out on? Fuck no, it was to enforce the mighty name of the one true weapon pairing that triumphs all others. And if anyone were to step out of line, I'd bring down the wrath of which tear-ass children tell their parents to scare them before bedtime, and then collect the aftermath of the pants they all shit because it makes for great fertilizer. Welcome to a crap guide to D&D. Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! The paladin is the first on a short list of hybrid style classes, stealing a mix of features from both the fighter and the cleric, meaning it's better at physically painting the walls with blood than a cleric, but more gooder at grammar and spelling than a fighter. But it's also one of the few classes where role-playing becomes somewhat important. What? Role-playing in my role-playing game? They really should have put some kind of warning label somewhere. I'm not submitting to this shit. If I wanted to follow some sort of code, I'd become a pirate so that I could at least plunder some booty while I'm at it. Otherwise, fuck you gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine, just follow the code and don't do anything stupid that'll cause you to lose your paladin privileges, like a spoiled rich kid who's upset that he doesn't get a fourth Maserati to crash. Like the other all-up-in-your-grill-style physical fighting classes, you gain proficiency with every goddamn combat-oriented item in the universe. And yes, that does technically mean that you can optimally play a paladin without a shield and not have to worry about being a less effective contribution to your party, but if you do that, I'm telling you now that you're wrong and I hate you and you're a big, smelly doo-doo head. As a resident big fuck-off bringer of divine justice, your job is to harness the power of holiness or whatever other wacky power, depending on what oath you pick, to have everything else die while they bounce off of your full frontal crusade like a turd in the wind. That's true for just about every combat-focused class, but the paladin is especially good at it, what with having the aforementioned fighter-cleric combo skill set. You get multiple attacks, channel divinity, a free vaccination, casting abilities, more auras than that one silly anime that nobody likes, which means you'll be so jacked that your mere presence will muscleify any nearby ally so that they look like a typical character from said silly anime that nobody likes. And lay on hands, a pool of health you can use to heal yourself or give a single hit point to your ally because that's all they deserve for not letting the rogue check the obviously booby-trapped room first. But we all know the real reason anyone picks paladin, and that's to never cast any actual spells, but instead use your spell slots to imbue your weapon with various flavors of smite! Because what good is striking down the heretics and heathens of the realm if it's not in the elemental attacking equivalent of your god sports team colors? You can smite with fire, laser pointers, brain freezes, sick bassy drops, and cheese! Cheese for everyone! Sorry, I meant force. Force is what it says. What is this, Stargate? And now you know how to play... Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise? Just play a fighter with a bow, it's way better. Alright, fine, I'll talk about the class. Ranger is the other of the bisexual style of classes, where it likes fighter, but it also likes druid and flips between the two depending on which one looks cuter at the moment. Hell, it even steals a few things from rogue because it's so indecisive. And despite the name Ranger, you're not actually restricted to use any sort of ranged weapon in order to be effective. As far as combat goes, you get the usual fighter but not really fighter set of features. Fighting style, all weapons, extra attack, spell casting, D10, hit die, hey Macarena. From rogues, it steals the ability to channel your inner chameleon and blend into the environment. Except instead of hiding in the shadows and watching where you step, it's more like putting on makeup, so you need need to take some time, have a good look in the mirror, maybe look up some tutorials while you're at it, then start over when you realize you were using the wrong shade of foundation. From Druid, it steals some of that being one with nature flavor it's got going on, and a whole lot of spells, but not without a few exclusive spells of its own, like having a target explode a bunch of thorns when hit with a ranged attack, plant arrows in the ground and turn them into proximity-based fireworks, except the gunpowder is magic and the lights are bits of enemy brains, and single-handedly the objectively best ranger spell, Swift Quiver. Not for the unlimited ammo, that's dumb, nobody keeps track of their arrows anyway, but because it turns your ranged weapon into a rapid-fire machine gun.
But Joseph, you said you don't need to use a ranged weapon to be effective as a ranger. Those all sound like ranged weapon exclusive spells.
That may be true, however. Anyway, when it comes to actual unique ranger features, you can use the power of racism to decide what kind of creatures you're going to perform extra potent hate crimes on, and preferred terrain, where you can pick your favorite environment, and after trotting around picking flowers or litter, depending on what it is, you can become a fantasy Bear Grylls, which is basically real-life Bear Grylls, except with a kobold crew filming you instead. And if you worry that that sounds too situational, and that if you picked a forest terrain and the entire campaign took place in the snowy mountains would mean the feature would be more useless than a football player who got tapped on the shoulder and started clutching their knees crying in the fetal position, don't worry, you're right, and it is. What isn't situational is just about everything else involving the environment. You can sense what kids are trespassing on your lawn and then not have to worry about the weeds that might otherwise slow you down from catching them and giving them a good weapon! When it comes to flavors of the no really trust us, you can totally use melee and still be a useful class. You have Pokemon Trainer with a gun, like rogues but even dodgier, literally a monster hunter, thinking with portals, and pew 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 pew! Alright, let's address the beholder in the room. The vanilla incarnation of the ranger has a reputation of being less useful when compared to the other classes due to questionable abilities and how they function. That's not to say the class can't be useful or powerful in the right circumstances, but some consider the ranger's situational and sometimes underpowered features to leave something to be desired. However, there's nothing wrong about talking to your DM about changing how certain skills work, if that happens to be the case, so that you can have more fun at your role-playing table. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's not about how many numbers you can do to the bad guys, but whether or not you can shoot spikes out of the ground while firing bolts from your heavy crossbow atop a feathered velociraptor. And now you know how to play Ranger. You're welcome.
Ever since I was a child. Yeah, I might have to take a break from this. Still have quite lots of things I have to do. Haven't really fully made it properly yet. So later on I'll make a hand like this one grab a fist. And then got a hologram, all those kind of star and cloud, or just get things were slowly popping out, but it's going to be taking a few more times. Whew. Anyway, I'm going to give myself some extra sleep because tomorrow my brother is about to move and we go to celebrate his new house, this and that, his stuff, general things. I'm going to KO after doing all those house events and stuff because I essentially don't really have a lot of energy, especially when I go out. My vertigo will be killing me afterward. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much for watching, and as always guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye-bye. And hold on a bit. Totally forgot.